I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people
I knew this had to be a ghost.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
Something horrible happened.
When a home's previous occupants come back to terrorize the current owners,
It was just like a show. There was definitely danger.
There's something not right here. Get out.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor. Interview with Wendy Laycock. Take 1.
We moved into our home in 2009. It was a beautiful area.
It has a half-acre of property, very mature trees. It's just a very quiet setting.
Wendy and Glenn would soon discover their new home was not as perfect as it first appeared.
The first day we moved in, Glenn went down to check the furnace room.
You were hearing things. My initial reaction was, there's something not right here. It's an older home, but you know, older homes, you have little creaks and you just sort of write it off. I was about to walk out of the basement and the door slammed in my face. It slammed so hard that the actual frame of the door rattled. Half a step more and I would have actually caught that door full on in the face.
Glenn! What happened?
He came up and he was visibly shaken, and he said, "Someone just slammed the door on me."
Are you okay?
It just forced him backwards.
Door slammed right in my face.
At the time, I made a joke saying, well, I guess the house is haunted. The door just slammed in my face. Ha ha, we laughed about it because I couldn't explain it. The door slam was sort of the start. I was kind of, okay, looking at what else is going on here.
All right.
Hey, what about the drinks?
One evening, I just stood up from the couch to go to the kitchen. And I just stopped. And Wendy said, "What's wrong?" I said, "There's an old lady standing in our kitchen." She was kind of stooped, had long grayish hair, older style frumpy dress, eyes were black.
He says, "Don't you see her?"
There's an old lady in her kitchen.
And I said, "Who?" He says, "The woman in the kitchen." He said she was standing right there.
There was an old lady.
By the time it took me to look at Wendy, to tell her that, to look back, she was gone. There was no one there.
I knew that he was visibly shaken, but I didn't see anything, so I just assumed something was playing tricks with him.
Disturbed by the strange activity in his new home, Glenn asked around about its history.
A person we know lived at a seniors building. They had actually known one of the previous owners.
Can I help you? What's this?
And they brought over a photo. And the photo was the exact woman that I had described in our kitchen. It was one of the previous owners. She'd passed away. I said, "Do you want to come in?" He goes, "I'm not coming in there."
Spirits return from the dead regularly. Just because they pass away doesn't mean they're giving up the land. Maybe there's unfinished business. Maybe they don't know they're dead, therefore they're still living in the house.
After our grandson Colton was born, our daughter Anna and her husband moved into the house with us, and they were going to rent the basement apartment to save money for their home.
And with this new arrival came a new intensity of activity.
From time to time, we would babysit our grandson just to give our daughter and her husband a chance to take a break, to get out for the evening.
It's time for bed.
This crib had a mobile hanging over top of it and also some toys hanging on the bars. And they would go off. We'd be upstairs and we'd hear music playing in the basement. So we would go downstairs, and as soon as you stepped over the threshold of the door into the baby's room, everything was shut off. Then we thought, we'll remove the batteries from the mobile, from the toys. And they would still go off.
Glenn and I just stood there looking at each other like, what is going on?
We began to hear voices. At first, it was just sort of syllables, random syllables. And then
It was a man's voice.
we would hear laughing. It was not a nice laugh.
As soon as we heard the laugh, we ran. I thought for sure there was someone in our home. I thought for sure there was someone in beside Colton. And I got to him and there's no one there. We were kind of in shock and disbelief at the time. I stayed with Colton that night. There was no way he was sleeping downstairs in that room by himself. I stayed there until they got home.
That didn't put a stop to the strange activity in Colton's room.
One night, Colton's father was in the room with him.
There was a rocking chair they had beside the crib.
How's he doing?
He's doing all right.
And the rocking chair was rocking back and forth. It was just rocking on its own. That really is a creepy and very frightening thing.
Disturbing events were plaguing homeowners Glenn and Wendy Laycock.
Glenn?
Door slammed right in my face.
Glenn and I just stood there like, what is going on?
And now it was happening around their grandson, Colton.
The rocking chair was rocking back and forth. And then it would stop. And then it would start to rock again. So my son-in-law pulled out his phone and videotaped it. This went on for quite some time.
The whole thing with the rocking chair was unsettling. Everyone started getting a little on edge, and things were escalating.
Spirits will often focus their attention on babies and young children. If it's a negative entity, it could be there to take energy from the child, from the baby. It's a very dangerous situation.
Fearing for Colton's safety, Wendy and Glenn's daughter and son-in-law moved out.
My house didn't seem safe anymore. It just didn't feel like it was home.
After my daughter and her family moved out, I gutted the basement.
We just wanted it changed, thought maybe it'll go away and leave us alone.
But altering the basement had the opposite effect.
After I did the reno, things were happening on a much more regular basis. The crying at night.
Conversations, crying, laughing.
Did you hear that?
It was just like the whole house had woke up.
It was just constant noise.
It was like somebody was really upset.
The spirits were getting stronger, and Wendy became their target.
In the mirror, I could see bruises, a huge hand mark on my elbow. And I put it up closer to the mirror, and I'm like, those are fingers. That's a hand mark. Like, what happened?
I put my hand over top of it, and it was a hand that was larger than mine. We just couldn't believe it. It was just huge. There was like the fingerprints and the thumbprint on the other side. It was like something had grabbed her arm.
Wendy's nighttime injuries were only the start.
It just felt like someone had their hand on the middle of my back, and it just pushed me straight downwards. I just went head first into the hallway. Someone pushed me. I was like, what happened to me?
When Wendy was pushed, my reaction was anger. Something has attacked my wife. How do you fight back against that?
That was the last straw. I was done. I'd had enough of the house.
We were both shaken up about it, and that's when we made the decision, this stops now. This really needs to stop now.
Wendy and Glenn called in paranormal investigator Linda Quirino and her team for help.
When I entered the home for the first time, I sensed definitely that there was a very charged atmosphere. It felt very heavy, and it did feel that there was something lurking. A spirit has to be very powerful in order to actually grab or to create bruises of some kind or to push them.
There was real concern for Wendy's safety.
We had our K2 EMF detectors, and we walked around asking a lot of questions.
Is there anyone here?
We ascertained pretty quickly that the spirits were rather strong, and it would take a little more coaxing for them to leave. The smudging process involves lighting a blaze, sweetgrass and sage, and then blowing that smoke into the corners of the room to touch every area of the home.
Anyone here with that?
As they smudged the house, one of the team took photographs.
Is there anyone here?
and a man's voice came out and said, "Yes." And it scared us. It was like, wow.
And the man's voice said, "Please go."
Please go.
Tina didn't see anybody, but one of her photographs she took, the mirror has a full picture of a man. The man in the mirror, he looks like a mortician, or like that era where they wore the hat and the jacket. That's who I see in there. The medium on the team said that 2 women that were in the home just loved the house. They wanted to stay there. They were no harm at all. But the man, he had to go. He wasn't very nice.
Those beings not of the light are not welcome in this home. It's time to move on.
She asked whatever beings were not of the light to please leave.
But the male spirit had no intention of leaving.
Those beings not of the light are not welcome in this home. Time to
After being pushed down the stairs,
I just went headfirst into the hallway.
homeowner Wendy Laycock called in paranormal investigators. They found a male spirit who wasn't going anywhere without a fight.
Those beings not of the light are not welcome in this home.
Energetically, he was very strong. That tells me that he was an incredibly powerful spirit attached to the land and didn't want to leave.
It's time to move on.
He just was not a pleasant person. So we focused on getting rid of that energy.
Those beings not of the light are not welcome in this home. Time to move on.
The team was successful crossing over the spirits. I cried the whole time.
After the house was cleansed, it was a completely different feeling in the house. It was fresher. It just didn't feel like a heaviness in the air anymore.
Looking back and seeing what all happened, it's almost like a dream. And now it's over. We're back to being at ease and having a great family life.
To be haunted by a once living soul is truly terrifying. But what happens when the spirit coming back from the grave is someone you once knew?
Gone but not forgotten. Take 1. Marking.
My dad lives in a fairly new house, just outside of town. So my dad has pretty much any ailment that you can possibly think of. He's had a heart attack with quadruple bypass. He suffered from a stroke a few years ago. The stroke left him with some slight paralysis and some communication issues as well.
Remember that dance?
Joanne was my stepmother. My dad started dating her when I was 14 years old. So she was like a second mom to me. Joanne was actually my dad's primary caregiver.
Unfortunately, a few years later, Joanne lost her own health battle and succumbed to cancer.
After Joanne had passed, I was definitely worried about his health.
Hey, Dad. Got you some food.
He would sink into a bit of a depression, so he wasn't sleeping as well at night.
that wouldn't be the only way Joanne's passing would affect their lives.
At that point, it had been about 2 months after Joanne had passed when he'd start complaining about not sleeping at night. Something was keeping him awake. I asked him where the noise was coming from, and he was very frustrated, and he was saying things like, I don't know how, I can't tell you. He knew in his mind what it was, but he couldn't get it out to me what was waking him up at night. I felt very frustrated. I felt helpless. I just wanted to make him comfortable. I wanted him to sleep at night. I know that would affect his health.
Soon, it wasn't just Wally having experiences that defied explanation.
We would start to feel uneasy in the house. Pulling up in the driveway, and I don't know if it was just anxiety, but I would try to ground myself before even walking into the house. It was hard to breathe. It was almost like you were instantly exhausted. It felt almost like it was squeezing you, squeezing the life out of you, and you just didn't want to be there. It just didn't feel welcoming to be in the home.
With her father's condition deteriorating, Angela hired personal support workers, PSWs, to care for him.
So I noticed things strange start happening in the home. We would notice like the lights would go on and off in the spare bedroom. We would close the spare room door and it would open and close by itself. Almost like someone was coming and going. Now you have a good night's sleep. In the beginning, it was small things, banging, hearing footsteps, pacing up and down the hallway. It was strange. Things kind of increased as the days went on.
What's wrong? I'm gonna get you a blanket, okay? Is this mess from you, Wally?
Some of the more active places in my dad's home would be his walk-in closet. The girls would go in and find all the clothes on the floor. They'd have to hang everything back up again.
The closet still had Joanne's clothing in there. It was cold in there. The hair on the back of my neck would stand up. You'd shut the door, and then the door would open itself.
You're all ready to go.
You'd be like, no, I shut that door. So then you'd shut the door again. It was like, wow, okay, like I'm going crazy. Like I swear I pulled it all the way shut.
I'm not quite sure why the activity would be focused in the closet. Maybe because there was still some of Joanne's belongings in there. It was like she still lived there.
The activity affected Wally a lot.
His blood sugar shot up really high. He started to get infections, and then his sleep was horrible. He wasn't sleeping at night. It was making him sick.
It was scary. It almost makes you not want to go to work. But then it also puts you into protector mode because you want to be there to protect him in case something else was to happen.
A chance encounter revealed what was tormenting Wally at night.
My sister spent the night. She lives out of town, so she spent the night in the spare room. She was watching my dad on the monitor, and she could see almost like a shape sort of moving around the room. The shape sort of moved over top of my dad. It was pushing Dad down.
Angela Mueller's father, Wally, was being attacked by something sinister in his sleep.
It was making him sick.
But this time, Angela's sister Denise was only in the next room.
The shape sort of moved over top of my dad, and you could see my dad becoming restless in bed. It was pushing Dad down, holding him there. He called out to her. She ran in and jumped on the bed with him. Within less than a minute, it had dissipated. And my dad was really scared. We decided that we had to do something. It was affecting Dad too much.
Afraid what the entity would do to her father next, Angela made contact with psychic medium Lori Kinraid.
When she contacted me, I could tell there was a lot of stress. Obviously, her father, his health was declining because of the activity. It was having huge effects on his health.
During the cleansing, we decided it was best for my dad to leave the house. Right away, the crew came in and they were all saying, whoa, this is heavy.
It was like walking into a wall. The energy was so heavy, so dark. There was definitely danger. When you're dealing with really hardcore energies, dragon's blood incense, oil called All John, or John the Conqueror, work much better to seal all windows and doors. We use sea salt, and we start salting every possible corner of the home. This also irritates them and helps move spirits.
Salt is considered a purifying agent and has actually been used for cleansing and purification throughout the ages in many different religions. This is a real healing agent. When used in paranormal activity, salt can become very effective, and it can actually stop an entity in its tracks.
Whenever you're dealing with a haunting like this, there's always a risk of being physically harmed. But that's why I call it paranormal warfare.
After cleansing downstairs, Lori headed to Wally's room to remove whatever was terrorizing Wally.
When we do a crossing ritual, we form a circle between us of energy.
Our Father.
We call in our guides, our protectors, our spirit helpers.
Who art in heaven.
Who art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name.
Visualizing a white light to take any earthbound spirits, any souls that need to be crossed.
Our Father, who art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name.
The entity tormenting the family finally appeared.
She was so angry. Her teeth were quite ferocious, growling and squealing. She really did not want to leave. She tried to appear demonic, but I knew she was a living soul at one point. She was determined not to go. The only other spirit that we connected with was a young female. I believe she was simply there to help. She was trying to convince this other spirit to cross.
But she did not want to leave.
Go. Go to the little girl.
spirit finally let go and went through, there was no way she could come back. I was explaining to Angela what I'd experienced.
She described physically exactly what Joanne looked like. And when I showed her a picture, she goes, okay, that's the lady that we saw.
Even though she'd shown me in a distorted form, it was the female who we had crossed over.
They said that they could see a little girl there with her, trying to pull her over to their side. Joanne lost a daughter years and years ago, and we hadn't told Lori that, so she didn't know.
I honestly believe that Joanne, on some level, she was trying to hurry her husband on to joining her, and in effect, she was almost killing him. After we were finished, we advised Angela that it might be best to finish removing Joanne's possessions and her ashes from the house. Even though we'd crossed her over, there can still be imprint, residual energy on those belongings. It was better to just remove them.
So when my dad returned after the cleansing, right away he noticed. He said, "Is it gone?" And we said, "Yeah, it's gone." And right away he started crying. When my dad cried, of course, I cried too. Made me feel like, you know, we'd fixed it for him.
It's okay. We all cried, actually, because it was just that emotionally draining on everybody. Just knowing that she had moved on, it was nice to be reassured. We weren't crazy.
Since the cleansing, my dad's health has dramatically improved. He's not waking up all night long. The house was lighter, felt like he could breathe easier.
It was fresh, and it was home. They definitely made a huge change in his life.
Often, the spirits of the once living come back from the other side because they don't realize they died. Others are trapped in our world by traumatic events, condemned to never find eternal peace.
Paranormal Survivor on Deadly Land. Interview with Joellen, take 1.
I was happy. It was a good relationship and everything was happy.
In the year 2000, Joellen moved into a new home with her husband, John.
Couldn't wait to do things in the home to make it more ladylike.
After settling in, Joellen began to have strange experiences in her new home.
The first thing was silverware on the counter. Like if someone was getting ready to set a table, like the sound of a bunch of forks and then placed on the table. And I would hear that, like dishes, someone moving in the kitchen. I told John about what happened. He's a skeptic, so he just, you know, laughed at me, but
Joellen tried to disregard the strange events, but then her daughter Sarah told her something that was impossible to ignore.
we were just going to the store. I had put her in the car seat in the back. She said, "Mommy, there's a spirit in the car."
A what? A spirit in the car.
And I said, "How do you know there's a spirit in the car?" And she says, "Well, ghosts are mean, spirits are very nice." How could she know that?
There's nothing in here.
No one has ever spoke to her about stuff like that.
Most children can easily connect to the world of spirit. They can see spirit, sometimes they can hear spirit. Children haven't learned to shut down their psychic gifts and their psychic abilities. They haven't learned to conform to the five-sense reality.
Honey, there's nothing in the car, okay?
Sarah's paranormal encounters became more frequent and more disturbing.
Good night. Mom.
She started saying, when I'd put her into bed, she'd say, someone's standing in the corner. You know, Mommy, come here. There's a ghost standing in the corner.
There's nothing there, okay?
And I try to calm her down and say, oh, it's okay, it's a shadow.
Night.
Homeowner Joellen Furkyle's daughter, Sarah, was used to seeing spirits in their house.
There's a spirit in the car.
Oh, what?
But then the hauntings took a darker turn.
She started saying, there's a ghost standing in the corner.
There's nothing there, okay?
And I try to calm her down and say, oh, it's okay, it's a shadow. She started screaming.
Mom!
I had talked to her to tell these spirits to leave her alone.
Spirit.
So she would sit in her bed and say, leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep.
Spirit, go away. Spirit, go away. Go away.
And that seemed to work for a while.
The spirits soon returned, and with disturbing results.
I was in the shower at the time. We had a toy room, and she went to play. Within a couple of minutes, she was screaming top of her lungs. She comes in the bathroom, and Mommy, this lady tried to scratch me. She just went like this, like with her teeth, and she leaped forward and went like that with her hand.
Show me.
She showed me where it happened, exactly the spot she was at. So I looked around. I said, well, she's not here now. But she wouldn't play there anymore. What concerned me the most is that she was going to scratch her or hurt her in any way.
It wasn't just Sarah that was getting attacked.
I work at night, so I come in at late hours. I come in very quiet, try not to wake up the family. And I will sit on my couch and play a game of my solitaire, you know, to wind down. I would hear noises. I kept saying to myself, I'm just gonna pretend I don't hear it. This one particular night, I went to sleep. Fell asleep on the couch. My face was facing the back of the couch. In the middle of the night, I felt someone push me from the chest, just like a shove. Like the spirit's getting mad for some reason. That was it. I was done. I have to get somebody in here, find out what's going on. I needed answers. That's when I contacted Mark.
I received an email from Joellen. She was asking for help at her house. She was obviously concerned for the welfare of her daughter. On this investigation, I brought Cheryl, our psychic medium.
I have the ability to communicate with spirit. I'm an empath, so I will feel the emotion coming off of the spirit. When I arrive at a location to do an investigation, I try to get a general feel for the energy in this space.
We don't tell our psychic mediums anything prior. In this case, Cheryl did not have any information at all on the investigation or any of the activity that was occurring.
There's a lot of anger in here.
In this particular case, all of my attention was initially drawn to the kitchen area, and there was a feeling of anger that was happening. And I started to experience sounds, you know, hearing plates breaking, hearing things banging, like cupboards banging.
Something that I found a bit unique was Joellen was reporting different types of feelings and sensations in different parts of the house. The kitchen, it was a crazy, scattered energy. When she went up to the second floor where her daughter slept,
This is where the sadness is.
this was an area that Cheryl started feeling very sad in.
You just wanted to cry.
As she walked through this house, she picked up every single thing that I went through and experienced, like to a T. That's amazing. That's just totally amazing.
The sadness was overwhelming. There's a little closet up in that bedroom. That's where I located where the ghost had been hiding, and this is where she would go to cry.
It's okay. You don't have to be scared. Something happened that made you sad. You can tell me what it is.
I instantly got a sense something horrible had happened.
After an evil spirit attacked her daughter,
She was screaming top of her lungs.
Joellen Furkyle called in paranormal investigators. Psychic medium Cheryl Evans found the spirit, but was shocked by what she discovered.
I want to help you.
I instantly got a sense of a very violent event. She kept crying, I can't get him, I can't get him. Something horrible had happened.
Cheryl began to get a vision of what had happened.
There had been some kind of an explosion or a fire connected to the property, like a big bang, energetically.
There used to be a squib factory that was on the premises here. There was a major explosion. This woman that would live on the second floor, she saw her child burn in front of her.
And that never left her. The combination of that guilt and that sadness prevented her from crossing into the light when she died. She gave me the name Laura Dunn. At some point, there was a history of the property Dunn, and there was a woman named Laura Dunn who resided in an apartment above a factory. And that factory did have a fire, did have an explosion. This woman did lose at least one child.
It was so sad. You feel so bad for this woman that this happened, such a devastation.
You need to cross over into the light.
Cheryl attempted to remove the spirit from the house.
Cross into the light.
Initially, she didn't want to go.
She almost felt that she deserved to be suffering.
Help the spirit cross over into the light.
Some people, for a number of different reasons, refuse to cross over. And it's very important that this process be done. If someone has lost loved ones, they may still stay in that area trying to complete unfinished business, which would be saving the children. If you don't cross over, it means you're trapped between worlds. You're not in the physical and you're not in heaven. So you become earthbound, you become stuck.
I asked the angels if they could bring the souls of her children to the door so she could see that her loved ones were already on the other side waiting for her to join them. As soon as she realized that her loved ones were there, she very willingly walked into that light. The moment the spirit walked into the light, there was a sense of quiet. There was a sense of peace.
It's okay. She's gone now.
The house was a totally different atmosphere. Even my daughter noticed the next morning.
You're doing so well.
Emotionally, I was feeling relieved because she had crossed her. And I felt really sorry for this woman. Like, I felt really bad that she went through what she went through.
I was scared to death. It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people.
I knew this had to be a ghost.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time. When spirits physically harm the living.
I would have died right there.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Melissa's Freaky Farmhouse. Take one. Marking.
The property to me is beautiful. We're mostly surrounded by cornfield. There's lots of room. And we thought it would be a perfect place to start fresh.
We moved in here around July 2017. The property looked beautiful, spacious, lots of lawn, and that's what we were looking for our son mainly.
But unbeknown to Melissa and Joe, their new home was hiding a dark secret.
The previous renters had left the place in a hurry. There was a lot of stuff left here.
Some clothing, there was a bed downstairs, there was dishes in the house. Just things you think that you wouldn't leave when you know someone else is coming in.
That wasn't the only strange thing about the house.
Owen? Owen? Joe? Owen?
You see shadows run by you, and sometimes your hair will even move. Something just ran, but you look and there's nothing there. And that's a really scary feeling. There's also the sounds that started happening.
Owen?
So I heard everything from banging, knocking. I have heard footsteps. Cupboard doors opening, closing, as well as bedroom doors. If they're open, they would close. If they were closed, they would open.
Nice.
Very creepy when you know there's nothing else there and no reason to explain it.
Melissa wasn't the only one hearing strange noises.
I would say within a few days of moving stuff in, noises started almost immediately. It was as if someone was taking a broom handle and banging up on the floor underneath. It was that loud.
At first, Melissa and Joe chalked up the weird sounds to the noises of a new house.
The first night in the master bedroom, I just didn't feel right in that room at all. It was the heavy feeling, almost like cold and flu. Your head is heavy, you're tired, you're achy, I get a little dizzy.
And she only lasted, I think it was about 4 hours in there. And she had to get up and leave. And she took her blanket and she left and went out to the couch. After she had left, I started to get an eerie feeling then. There was a pain on my leg, as if someone had grabbed a hold of me and gripped me tight. I thought maybe it was a dream. The bruise was about, I would say, 5 inches long by about 4 inches wide. And it actually looked like fingers, like grabbing onto you and gripping you.
When an entity can reach in and grab someone and leave a bruise, they reach into this particular plane of existence. That means that they're incredibly strong. It also means that they can be incredibly violent. The alarm bells would go off because of the violence and the strength.
Didn't have any other explanation for it. And this bruise lasted 4 or 5 weeks on him. And it looked like someone's handprint.
The next night, I did not sleep in the bedroom, no. We moved the mattress from the spare bedroom out to the living room.
We are now both convinced that there's something more sinister in this house, and we're terrified.
Soon, the activity would become more brazen.
I think it was the very first day I was left alone in the house. Actually, Melissa had left. And I heard a loud bang, just like, and I jumped. I actually jumped because it was so loud, and I automatically thought that was the cupboard door that just opened and slammed. I didn't even get to the opening in the kitchen, and I heard it one more time. I didn't know what was gonna happen. So the only thing I had on me was my cell phone. I was even terrified. I recall shaking when I had my cell phone, and I opened it up and I hit my video recorder.
Is anyone here? Can you do that again?
Are you still here? Go ahead and open the cupboard again if you're here. Because nobody believes it. And the far cupboard door, just ever so lightly, just swung open. Ooh. Oh. Right in front of my face. You can't explain it unless it's happened to you. I almost dropped my cell phone, and I got the strongest feeling that someone was just literally like watching me. Like, you asked for it, you got it.
Not long after, Joe was called away on business, leaving Melissa to sleep in the living room alone.
I've got every light in the house on. I have the TV up with the volume going to try to drown out noises.
But Melissa was not alone.
I had a black shadow figure go right across the middle of my bed. And you freeze in fear. Absolutely terrifying. I couldn't move my head to look back. All I know is it went across the bed and then disappeared.
Melissa prayed that that would be the end of the ordeal. Her prayers were in vain.
Something grabbed my blanket, pulled it up, and tucked it under my chin. I have never been so scared in my life.
Melissa Williamson and her husband Joe Harbin's new home was not as perfect as it first seemed. Something sinister was attacking them at night.
Something grabbed my blanket, pulled it up, and tucked it under my chin. I have never been so scared in my life. I watched it happen, but nobody's there. I was almost in tears and I yelled back, just leave me alone, stop it. I am ready to move at this point. I am so terrified, I'm ready to pack up and go.
Negative entities absorb fear energy because it makes them stronger. They're able to use that, they become stronger, and the more fear that they create in the living, the weaker the living become.
We were both on the same page at that point. We're just both totally freaked out.
Melissa and Joe reached out to Dan Hammond, clairvoyant and paranormal investigator.
Melissa and Joe first contacted our paranormal team about mid-September.
When they came out to the house, I thought, you know what? Now we're gonna make sure that everyone knows we're not crazy.
It didn't take long for Dan to run into what had been terrorizing them.
I immediately saw a shadow person. Shadow people are spirits that are trying to manifest themselves, to reveal themselves to you, whether it's to frighten you or just to communicate with you. I believe it was a male figure, very tall, thin, but as soon as I saw him, he immediately vanished. There was also something a little bit malicious and darker that didn't like Joe and Melissa being here.
When the investigators tried to communicate with the shadow figure, its responses were alarming.
My name is Tony. Is there anything here? What's your name?
Tony says, hi, my name's Tony. What's your name?
Is there anybody here? What's your name?
And the spirit says, the devil. I just had chills down my spine listening to this.
All of a sudden you hear, get out. Like, just right there.
Not wanting to provoke the entity, Dan suggested they leave and head to the basement. But that didn't help.
What is that? Do you see this?
All of a sudden, we have a box, a dehumidifier box. It's pretty heavy, actually. All of a sudden, that box, just as loud as it could be, is like someone just either hand swiped it very hard or kicked it.
I think the spirit made himself known because he was a little angry with the fact that Tony and I were here. And we were trying to make him leave, and he doesn't want to leave the property. spirit basically was feeding off their reactions, collecting energy from their emotions and their energy levels getting amped up. I think that he was jealous of Joe because Joe has this great family, you know, wonderful wife and kid. That's nothing that the spirit had in his life.
Not wanting to incite further activity, Dan and Tony attempted to remove the spirit.
It's time for you to move on from this place.
Everyone's basically telling the spirit, you need to go, you need to leave Joe and Melissa alone, and you don't belong here.
It's time for you to move on from this place. It's time for you to pass over. It's time for you to move on from this place. It's time for you to move on.
He didn't want to leave, and he wasn't going to leave. And we needed to get him out of here.
It's time for you to pass over.
He cleansed the house with white sage, and he will go through every single room, every closet, every corner.
Get out!
We could just tell that a completely different feeling in the entire house. It was like weight lifted off your shoulder. It felt normal and calm. So far, things have been wonderful. We're sleeping in our own room, in our own bed. I don't feel that it's heavy anymore.
The activity did die down. I already feel relieved just even saying that.
Being attacked and injured by a paranormal entity is truly terrifying. On rare occasions, spirits don't mean to harm the living, but that doesn't make the bumps and bruises hurt any less.
We actually looked at this house a good 6 months before we even took a walk through. We argued over it. We would drive by it, and I'd be like, no, I'm not living there. No, I'm not living there. And finally he said, I'm making an appointment to go look at it, whether you come or not. So I came, of course. It had sat empty for 3 years. I just felt very uneasy from the minute I walked into it.
Take it. Great. Awesome.
Despite Sherry's reservations, her husband convinced her to buy the house. But soon after signing the deal, the couple made a chilling discovery.
We found out the prior owner of the home, who had built the home, had lived here a few months, maybe a year, before he committed suicide in the home. And that was very unsettling to me. Now it made sense why the home sat empty for almost 3 years before we bought it.
Sherry's uneasiness about the house only intensified after they moved in.
First night we moved into the home, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, every fire alarm in the house went off in every single room. And we're crawling on chairs to pop batteries out of fire alarms so that it would stop, and it's blaring loud because it's in every room.
Still going. You took the batteries out?
Yes, I took the batteries out.
It's crazy. I felt uneasy in the home right from the beginning. I always felt as though I was being watched. in the living room and I was cleaning and dusting. And I just felt like someone was staring at me. I did not like being in this home alone.
The longer Sherry lived in the home, the more intense the strange activity became.
Many nights, I would hear the sound of the walls being punched. And it would come closer to my bedroom, and I would hear sound like boots coming down the hall towards the bedroom.
When you have things such as footsteps and lights going on and off, doors opening and closing, that's a sure sign that something has come into the space that is looking to get your attention.
I would hear him coming. And then I would feel my leg being grabbed, the blankets being pulled.
Sherry Petrill's new home was giving her the creeps. Then, things took a violent turn while she was sleeping.
I would hear him coming. And then I would feel my leg being grabbed, the blankets being pulled.
What's going on?
I thought they grabbed my leg.
And I would just wake up with black and blue spots on my legs. I would bring this up to my husband and tell him what happened. And he didn't believe me. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. I felt alone.
The attack left Sherry shaken, but worse was to come.
I was sitting on the couch, watching TV, and I was just simply sitting there. And all of a sudden, there was this horrible burn. Not like a curling iron burn, I mean like fire, like a poker in the back of my neck, and I screamed so loud because it hurt so bad. It did leave a little red mark, and my skin was very hot to touch afterward. Being attacked and hurt by something you cannot see is something that makes you question your sanity more than anything. I was at the point I would not be alone in this home. This is when I realized that something was not right in this home, and I had to do something about it.
Sherry called in a paranormal investigator.
When Sherry reached out to me, she was very scared at what was going on in her home. She was in a very fragile mindset. Sherry thought she was literally going crazy because of the activity going on in the home, virtually going on the edge of a nervous breakdown. I called in our main medium, Virginia, to come with me on this. We have a procedure that we do not disclose any information to the mediums we work with prior to going to a case.
When I first arrived, I just felt like something tragic happened on the property. I was greeted with a name, loud in my ear, Peter. The spirit was definitely a past homeowner. I felt he also even built the house. I remembered this energy just staring at me. He was giving me a look of disapproval. I almost didn't want to go into the house. When I spoke to Sherry, She said she was going through a lot of physical issues. And I can tell that it was coming from this owner, this spirit. And his intent was so strong, and he felt that Sherry was weak.
Our medium felt that this gentleman didn't like women. He was very angry at women, and he was very angry at Sherry. Being a woman moving into his house, he did not like her there. He was being very aggressive towards Sherry. Harm was being committed.
As I started to enter into the kitchen, I started to get a nervous feeling, and I looked out towards the back. I didn't know this yet. I had no idea why I was feeling what I was feeling and why I was feeling what I was feeling. I had no idea. I couldn't put my finger on it. I looked outside that window, and I heard a gunshot. Very loud in my ear, and I actually went, ooh. It felt like something went past my ear. And then I said, oh Lord, he took his life.
Violent deaths and suicides cause entities to come back and haunt those specific locations because they're traumatic events. When a traumatic event happens, often it catches someone off guard and they're not ethereally ready to actually enter a different realm of existence, and it can trap them in a particular location.
But that wasn't the only spirit making Sherry's life a living hell.
Virginia was picking up on a new energy that was in the home. It was an energy of a man that she felt was connected to the property that used to be large farmland years ago. Virginia felt that that man was still claiming this property as his, and he didn't like this other energy in the home.
The other spirit was not a nice character. I felt he came from a farm situation. It was a farm at one point, and I felt that this farmer drank, and he fell and hit his head.
So I now was dealing with two ghosts. The two entities that were now in my home were battling, in essence, for control of the home and the land that I was living in, and I was caught in the crossfire between these two entities.
This is a case where we believed Sherry could potentially be in danger, whether emotionally, physically. You can get sick, you could become depressed. People have been driven to suicide. Virginia and I worked out a game plan that we were gonna go after the man that had been there for over 100 years. Virginia felt that once we got rid of him, that Peter would leave.
Worried the old-fashioned farmer spirit wouldn't listen to a woman, Virginia channeled the entity so that Mark could speak to him directly.
This is my house. This is my house. This is my house. You're not welcome.
Homeowner Sherry Petrill was caught in the crossfire between two warring spirits. Paranormal investigator Mark Keyes and psychic medium Virginia Centrillo were battling to remove them.
This is my house. This is my house. This is my house. You're not welcome.
Must go! You have passed! You must go to the light! You must go over! You have passed! You must go to the light!
This is my house.
You must cross over!
With the farmer gone, Virginia switched her focus to the spirit known as Peter.
I started to work with the energy of just love. I just started to ask for abundance of love to enter this house.
I believe he was a little bit afraid to cross over, but because of what he did. But finally, we convinced him that if he did go into the light, he would be a brand new person and could move on to a much better life.
It's just what it is. They need help crossing. That's why they act out. Imagine waking up and not knowing you're dead, and there's other people in your home. That's what happens. That's the truth behind it. So they act up because they don't understand that they're dead. I know that now. I didn't know it at the time. I needed out of the home. I could not stay here any longer, and it was a very heart-wrenching decision to have to make because my husband loved this house. We put it for sale.
Paranormal entities can physically harm the living for many different reasons. But sometimes a spirit's motivation for being violent is purely because they are evil.
New home nightmare. Take 1. Marking.
We purchased the house in 2013.
I wanted a nice house. I wanted a new house. This particular house, that's why I fell in love with it, seemed to have all the things that I was looking for in a new house.
Let's go take a look. They loved the house so much that they moved in before it was finished. It was a decision they'd come to regret.
Shortly after we moved in, I went away to Florida, so he was left there on his own.
The interior decorator at the time was working on the master bedroom. So what I was doing is in the living room, I had a big recliner. So I was sleeping in that chair for the first few nights. It was the second night I was there in the house when I knew something was not right. Something was actually very strange. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and the dog just kept barking and barking, and I thought, what is she barking at? There's nothing there.
What's going on?
She saw something that she didn't like. She took off out of the living room into the kitchen area, and as soon as she went by the stove, the light in the hood exploded when sparks come out. I'd never witnessed anything like that before. That's not normal, so something had to have caused that. I was a little uneasy. I was afraid, I'll admit it. I was a little afraid, yeah. That was a bad omen, and I never liked living in that house.
Richard's fears would soon turn out to be well-founded.
There was a night when I was puttering around. This was when Bert was still away. The voices I started hearing were a German dialect. I knew that they were speaking in German. The voices were of a male and a female. and then the voices would quit. Off I'd go, and sure enough, I'd start hearing them speaking again in German. There was a little bit of me that was like, am I losing my mind? Am I hearing voices? But then I thought, well, if I'm hearing voices in my head, I don't speak German.
By the time Bert returned from his trip, the master bedroom was finished, but a good night's sleep was out of the question.
The master bedroom always had an effect on me, a negative effect. I started having night terrors in there. I started suffering from sleep paralysis. I've never had sleep paralysis up until staying in that room. Sleep paralysis and the night terrors got so violent that I would flail and kick and wake him up so he could actually help shake me awake.
Okay, no, wait there. Okay, no. No. All right. No.
I started sleeping in one of our guest bedrooms. That's when the physical encounter started. I'm going to bed, so I got all ready. I turned the lamp off, got into bed, laid down to sleep, and not even 20 seconds, the lamp turned back on. I felt I wasn't alone.
Homeowner Richard Kaspersick was plagued by strange activity in his brand new home. Then his torment escalated to a whole new level.
I felt I wasn't alone. I felt a spirit. Something in me knew that it was the female. It was the female German voice that I heard. It was her, like that was her. She come across, come over to me, ran her hand up my forearm, up my arm, and all my hairs just stood right up on my neck.
The nighttime terror was taking its toll on Richard mentally and physically.
I remember losing about 30 pounds. I used to get sick to my stomach all the time, throw up all the time. The sleep deprivation, the sleep paralysis was affecting me big time. I was, gaunt.
When a malevolent energy comes into your space, it can definitely affect your mental health, your physical health, your emotional health, and a lot of times this is done because they're trying to keep you weak.
I decided to try taking some sleeping pills. I think it made the situation for me even more dangerous because then it put me in a state where I was unable to even fight back.
Richard's nights were filled with terrors that would only disappear at dawn. But soon, even daytime was no longer safe.
Chelsea, it's time for a walk.
I was getting ready to walk my dog.
Almost there, almost there.
I just put the leash on them, and in my ear, right right here. I heard, "You son of a," right in my ear. It was loud and it came out of nowhere. It was angry. Yeah, it was an angry, just like, "You son of a bitch." I got out of the house. And I almost was hyperventilating a bit. I remember breathing really heavy and just being like, okay. I just took a moment to kind of calm down and try to breathe, and that scared me. That really actually scared me.
He even mentioned a couple of times that we should move. You know, this house is haunted.
Later the same day, Richard's torment escalated.
Coming down the stairs, I had a very uneasy feeling. I felt like somebody was walking right behind me. Even getting ready to the point where I was going to get pushed. And I kept looking behind me. I knew something wasn't right. I had a feeling I wasn't alone. There was somebody standing in the room with, you know, you get that feeling, you know, you can tell somebody's in the room. And standing over me was the male spirit in complete, full apparition form. He was looking at me with such hate and disgust. If looks could kill, I would have died right there. I was ready to jump up and confront him, and he was just like, no, you're not. And he held me right down. I could feel the pressure on my shoulders, like I could feel his hands, and he pinned me to the couch. And he held me there, I don't know how long.
Richard Kaspersyk's life was being made a living hell by two spirits. But soon the activity took a shocking and dangerous turn.
I could feel the pressure on my shoulders, like I could feel his hands, and he pinned me to the couch. And he held me there, I don't know how long. And then, just like that, he vanished, and I was able to sit up. And I went, That actually scared me more than any other thing that went on in the house.
It sort of made me think, well, maybe he's onto something here. Maybe he's not going crazy like I assumed or thought he was. Why are these things happening? I was getting more concerned.
Afraid for his safety, Richard tried to find out who or what was attacking him and why.
I thought, I'm going to find some names of some of the previous owners that have lived on this little plot of land here. And I researched it, and I found a name of a female German woman who lived on the property, and she was there from the late 40s, 50s, right up until the late 70s. As far as the male spirit, the aggressive spirit, I'm certain that he was her son. I reached out to a paranormal investigator. When he emailed me back, he said, well, maybe the male spirit's from a different time, and he doesn't agree with your lifestyle, your life choices, and that's why he's targeting you, and that's why he hates you with such intensity. I realized and decided that I have to start fighting back somehow.
But before he could, the spirit struck again.
Took a sleeping pill. I got into bed. I remember falling asleep. Everything was fine. I didn't even know I had got up out of bed and even walked to the stairs. I don't remember that at all. I just remember going to bed, taking the pill. I was at the top of our stairs. And when I woke up, I literally woke up as I was being thrown down the stairs. When I hit the first landing, it was so loud that it woke Bert up. Richard!
I heard him fall and was concerned, so I was yelling at him like, are you okay? Do you need my help?
A spirit would have to be very powerful in order to physically push somebody. It could be because they've gathered a lot of energy, because they could be very angry and upset about the situation, and they can explode that energy and push that person down the stairs.
Oh, Richard, God! The strange thing is that I was really angry. Like, I snapped at Bert. I remember screaming at Bert.
Get off of me! Just get away from me! Leave me alone, for God's sake!
Leave me alone!
Stay away from me!
He was very distraught at this point because here's somebody trying to push you down the stairs. I mean, you could visibly see he was shaking.
Back off! Back off!
I was at the point where it was like, what else can you do to me? Obviously, you don't like me. I don't like you.
Back off! Back off!
Why don't you just leave? You don't like it being here. You don't like me. Just leave. Just go. Just get out.
Just get out of here!
When I verbally put it out there, you're not to touch me, harm me, make me get sick. Stop doing it. I know it's you. I know it's you. You know, leave me alone and stop doing it. And that worked.
No, okay? Just back up. Back up. God.
The activity died down and Richard's health began to improve. But he and Bert had had enough.
I knew that, okay, I don't want to live in this house anymore. You know, we need to get out of here. We need to leave this house.
I'm a lot happier, and I think he is too. No one's attempting to push him down the stairs, so that's all behind us. Hopefully he can move on.
Realizing that a spirit can come into my dimension, come into my world, and physically move. Sorry, I'm a little verklempt. Hold on. Physically move something and change something in my reality. And to me, that is like the most frightening thing. That scares me a lot. That does freak me out a lot. It's pretty scary.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people.
I knew this had to be a ghost.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time. When evil entities possess the living.
I was very scared for my family.
This demonic spirit had taken over our son.
Deliver us from evil!
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Paranormal Survivor, Story 27, Cheryl's Haunted Barn.
We started restoring automobiles, it was probably 2008. We work on the cars in my mother-in-law's barns.
It's nice open space, plenty of room to be able to pull the vehicles in and work on them.
Careful! Oh, okay. I can't wait to see this.
Cheryl and her husband Keith had just acquired a classic car, one they were both itching to rejuvenate.
Oh my god! Oh, it's amazing!
It's a great feeling. I love working on vehicles, get my hands dirty. Now we have more to our collection.
They knew little about the car's history, but rust and mechanical issues would soon become the least of their problems.
It's actually been...
Probably after a couple weeks after the vehicle came into the barn is when we started experiencing the activity. Things that would go missing would be like tools, things of that nature my husband would be using, and next thing you know, they were missing.
The wrench isn't here.
It is here.
Well, it's not here.
Keith was in the barn with me. We were working on the car together, and we heard growls.
Quiet. Shh.
It was very noticeable, almost like a dog growling. I really didn't understand it at first.
The growls kept getting more intense. It was a really, really heavy, mean-sounding growl. It was something that it sounded like it was ready to hurt us. Whatever it was gonna come at us and hurt us. At first, we're like, did we really hear this? Up above the workbench are shelves, and up at the very top were saw blades. They were in a secure area that they couldn't fall.
They basically come off the shelf and drop straight down to the ground. Those items had been sitting there for probably 15 years and never moved before.
Something had to have pushed that off the shelf. It would probably have killed him, because even though they're older blades, they were still very sharp, and it could have easily gone right through his head. Keith was extremely scared. Something's going on that we can't figure out.
Keith's narrow escape didn't deter them from working on the car.
The more and more we were out in those barns, the more experiences we would have, the more growls we would hear, more things fall off the shelves, but it seemed to escalate more when I was out in the barns. I didn't like being in the barn by myself. It gave me the creeps. I would always feel that somebody was watching me. I knew somebody was right next to me, and I could feel it. It would start from my head all the way down to my feet. My entire body would go numb. I would get the chills. I would hear things like, "Get out."
Get out.
Male, very deep, distinct voice. The very first time it happened, I was scared. Something was drawn to me. Something wanted my attention. Something wanted to scare me. I told Keith, I said, there's something behind me. Something's behind me, because that was the first time something has actually touched me.
Though shaken, Cheryl tried to put the unnerving experience behind her. But things were about to go to a new and violent level.
I had this really cold wisp of wind that came across my neck. And I said, there's something behind me. Something is behind me. At first, it was fingertips that I felt, just like this. And it's pushing me forward. I did stumble forward and I went into the workbench.
It's almost like the spiritual activity is attracted to her.
Spirits will often target certain people in the home. There are times when one person is terrorized to the point of complete fear and insanity, when everybody in the house is just looking at them like they don't understand. They never, ever hear or see anything. This male spirit may have disliked women. She may have reminded him of a spouse, of a mother, of a girlfriend. There's something about her that struck a nerve with him.
That really scared me. I said, I can't be out here anymore. It's not safe for me. It's just not safe.
Afraid of what might happen to her next, Cheryl called in the Heartland Hauntings paranormal team.
Cheryl reached out to us regarding a haunted pole barn. She had been attacked. She wanted our help.
They were suspicious that it may have been centered around a purchase of an old vehicle.
Apparently they had got an older car, and since they had brought this car into the pole barn, that's when everything started up. The atmosphere outside of the barn was normal, nothing to alert you to any problems. But when you walked in the barn, there's a definite change. The air felt heavy. It felt like weight was actually put upon you. You felt dread.
The atmosphere got even worse when someone else followed in behind them.
You can tell walking through the barn that it felt like there was a heavy presence. There was something there.
When Cheryl came into the pole barns with us, it was worse. I felt like I was in danger, or my group was in danger.
Whatever it was that was there, it was not really a fan of Cheryl being there.
Spirits can attach themselves to inanimate objects like a car because they have such an affinity to those particular objects in life. They love them, they're attached to them, they become part of who they are and how they're defined.
We had heard the knocking and the growling. This sounded something that I can't say that I've ever heard before. It was something that was definitely, I wouldn't say human. When we hear the growling like that, it is something that we get a little more cautionary to, but it's nothing we would ever run away from.
The growling was soon followed by something much more alarming.
The mist just started in an instant. It was like a fog coming in, but it was very fast. And then I saw this face.
There!
It was neither human nor animal. It was somewhere in between.
It looked like something that you couldn't really describe, something that was otherworldly.
It was just hovering right around the car. You could just see this thing just hovering.
It was a deep growl. It just reverberated. Once you hear it, you never want to hear it again. The negative energy was definitely centered in this car that they had purchased. That was very angry.
The entity seemed to disappear back into the vehicle, but that didn't mean it was gone.
Frank started acting very strangely. He just looked different. He became very angry.
Frank, he was getting very angry with her. He would just kind of look at her with the look like he just wanted to do something to her.
Something sinister seemed to be taking Frank over.
The closer I got to him, the more tense he got. Like something bad was gonna happen. Something, you can just get that feeling.
Frank had never behaved like that before. Something that was definitely manipulating him, making him feel that way.
Whatever was in the barn was going through him, and all the anger that that entity had was in him, and he was wanting to kill me. He wanted to hurt me. I definitely knew that it was going to try anything it could to get at me.
It shocked me. Something was taking over his system, that he was going to actually strike her in some way or another.
When Cheryl and Keith Austin bought an old car to fix up, terrifying things started to happen. After bringing in paranormal experts, a terrifying entity appeared and then took over one of the investigators.
It shocked me. Something was taking over his system, that he was going to actually strike her in some way or another.
Cheryl had escaped injury, but the entity in the barn wasn't done yet.
That's when I was coming up the walkway and I could hear somebody charging. Somebody was running. You could hear the footsteps, and it was like that. And I took off running, and I don't run.
It was almost as if that spirit was chasing her.
Between the pole barns, I saw this black figure again, this black entity, and it wanted to hurt somebody. And I also knew it was going to hurt Cheryl. I still remember the hit. It was powerful. I felt it all the way down to my soles of my feet. It felt just like a human body hitting you at top speed. This was anger. This was hate.
Whatever was coming at him with such force that his shoulders were pushing back this way, and you can hear the hits and you can hear the growls.
Both times I saw the blackness just leap at me. I do remember like a rushing roar of air when it hit me. And it staggered me because it hit me so hard.
He had marks on his chest from whatever was coming at him.
Just touching my chest would feel pain. I was sore for a couple days afterwards. The attack was aimed at Cheryl. This thing hated her for some reason. It wanted to hurt her. And for her safety, we thought it was best, don't go back in there until you get rid of the car.
Get the door.
They pretty much pinpointed that the vehicle was where the spirits, the main activity was.
If someone's having a problem with something that may be attached to an object, the best thing that we would ask is to just remove the object from that location.
To restore peace, to get the negativity out, to make it a safe place again. That was the best thing to do.
By getting rid of the car, you got rid of the problem.
I was very nervous, very scared to enter those barns, but once I stepped through and I looked around, I knew that it was gone. There was nothing there.
In some extreme cases of possession, a spirit will take over more than just one person. And sometimes, the identity of that spirit is truly terrifying.
Paranormal Survivor, When Spirits Speak Through You, interview with Barry Leibensberger. Take 1. Marking.
The property was built in the 1800s, the early 1800s. We had bought the house July of 2011. And what attracted us to it was that it was a large home, and I thought that would be a great place for us to live, and it was in our hometown.
No, I'm okay, honey.
Mary's excitement would prove to be short-lived.
Probably the day I moved in, I started feeling like there were other people that were inhabiting the house. Everywhere I went, it felt like somebody was behind me, walking very, very close behind me, checking out everything I did.
Then, Mary began seeing as well as feeling strange things.
I looked down and there was a light anomaly. It looked like somebody was holding a flashlight there. It was a circle of light. So I was trying to find where this light could be coming from, and I couldn't really put my finger on anywhere where it would be coming from.
Jamie, come look at this. What is it? There was a light on the floor.
And when he came in, the light kind of shot off to the side.
Well, if it comes back, call me again, all right?
Yeah.
That wasn't the last of Mary's unnerving experiences in the house.
I was sitting on the couch at night watching TV, and I thought what I heard was footsteps up above on the second floor. So I was calling out my son's name, Jamie, or my husband, Glenn, and then I realized that nobody was home. In that moment, when I heard the footsteps, I could probably say I was pretty terrified. They sounded like they were walking down the hall and eventually down the stairs. And then they just kind of stopped.
Soon, the activity wouldn't stop at footsteps and voices.
One night, it was around 6 o'clock, and I got this feeling that something was watching me. Every time I moved, I felt like the person or thing was moving with me, and I finally got the nerve to look in the doorway, and that's when I saw a grayish mist.
Glenn?
The mist became more defined and took on more human features.
Mary Leibensberger moved into a new home, only to discover that strange things happened there.
Glenn?
Then one evening, she saw something terrifying.
A cloudy mist, when it starts to form, can be the beginning of spirit trying to materialize. This mist could be white, it could be gray, it could be black. If it's a being of love and light, it'll be a white mist. If it's a darker entity or a darker energy, it will be a darker color.
Look! What?
I tried to explain to Jamie and Glenn the footsteps and the mist, and they weren't quite believers at that point in time. My husband probably thought I was crazy.
There's nothing here.
Knowing that Glenn and Jamie didn't believe me made me feel uncomfortable telling them, because I thought maybe it was me, maybe I was making things up. When I saw the mist, I was a little scared, but it eventually solidified my feelings that something else was going on in the house.
Mary reached out to a paranormal investigator who agreed to come and check out the house.
Hi, Mary.
Hi.
When the investigators were there, they were walking through my house and they were talking to us, telling us that sometimes spirits can speak through other people. My son Jamie said,
Could they speak through me?
and almost as soon as he said that, he started laughing. And I'm like, well, what's wrong, Jamie? And he said, they're after you, Mom.
They're after you, Mom.
And I said, no, they're not.
Yes, they are!
And he says, yeah, they're after you.
Despite Jamie's strange behavior, Mary tried to continue with the investigation.
And after a few minutes, I heard my son yelling, Mom, where's my mom? So he came and he was crying, and he doesn't cry very often. And I said, what's wrong, Jamie? What's wrong? And he says, I need a hug. I need a hug. So I hugged him, and he said, where am I? What happened? Jamie truly has no memory of what happened. I was very scared for my family because I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Whatever entity was targeting Mary and Jamie was now about to turn his attention to Mary's husband, Glenn.
One night, my husband was sleeping, and I was sleeping aside of him, and in the middle of the night, I hear him sit up, and Glenn is totally oblivious to me, and I hear him mumbling, and I'm like, who are you talking to? What's going on? And I hear him say,
I know how it seems, but we can both live in this house in peace.
Glenn had no idea what was going on. He didn't even know I was in the room with him. He was just focused on having that conversation with whoever was on the other side.
We can both live in this house.
Glenn! What are you doing?
And he had no recollection of that at all.
At her breaking point, Mary called in another paranormal team led by investigator Mark Keyes.
We decided to take this case on basically because of the severity of it, the amount of physical activity that they were reporting. Mary was quite upset because it was affecting her family. On this investigation, I brought in our psychic medium, Virginia.
My job is to go in, identify what's going on in a home, and figure out how to help that spirit cross over. I didn't feel one single thing. It was very silent. It was too silent.
The atmosphere changed dramatically when they headed into the basement.
I felt a very intense presence there, like somebody was standing in the corner just staring at us. Didn't communicate. When I started to realize something was standing in the corner, I tried to focus as hard as I could. I just saw a very staticky energy, moving, strobing. Something is troubling and weighing very hard on that person.
Virginia looked into the psychic world for answers.
I realized this person took their life, and they were hiding and upset and angry that we might find out what they did.
Virginia picked up on something else, a second spirit.
One spirit that was behind the one that was the strongest that I noticed first came running in front of this one. I didn't realize there were two, I thought there was just one. And the one that didn't want me to identify him tried to grab this other spirit.
Get out of my house! This is my house! I'll kill you!
And he kept saying to that other spirit, don't open your mouth, don't open your mouth. You're under my control, you can't go anywhere.
Spirits on an average can be controlled by a more malevolent spirit. It's kind of the schoolyard bully. If an individual is bullying someone in life, they're definitely capable of taking it to the other side with them. If you're a kinder, gentler spirit, you can definitely be bullied by a more aggressive spirit.
Virginia was struck by a shocking vision.
These spirits were involved in a criminal act, actually murder. One of them was the mastermind and committed a murder. He was the one that was messing around and playing games. The other one was dormant because he was in a sorrowful space.
He decided he was going to habitate this property and stay there. He was a very negative person. He had a lot of anger issues while he was alive. And in death, he still maintained these emotions and his same behavioral habits. And he was taking out his frustration on the family.
When I heard that there was a murderer in my house, that was a little scary.
The spirit that spoke through Jamie was dominant. He's the one who committed the crime. He was very forceful and pushy. I felt him to be very threatening to me because he knew I could see him and feel him. I started to feel closed in. I even had a problem breathing. It was ridiculous. The energy was just overpowering.
Homeowner Mary Liebensberger and her family were being tormented in their home by murderous spirits. Even psychic medium Virginia Centrillo was shocked at the spirit's power.
We knew we were going to have a bit of a battle trying to release these two spirits that were causing issues for the family. So we would sit down and collectively get as much positive energy into the room as possible through prayers and visualization work. And Virginia will then try to communicate with the spirits that are there.
So what we do is, as a team, we convince the spirit that is trapped there that it's no longer their home. We talk to them about what happened to them, why they're there, and then it makes it easy to begin to help them get that heaviness off, that earth grievance, and to move into the light more gentle.
The man who had committed several murders in the area was a little bit more difficult to cross. He did not want to go. He was definitely in fear of being judged for what he did. He ended up killing himself too. So his faith had told him that if you kill yourself, you may go to hell rather than heaven.
The one that didn't commit the crime, the one that was more of a passive energy, he wanted to move into the light. The other one kept pulling him back. The more dominant spirit kept pulling him back. So it was a tug of war that went on. It was like fishing for a giant shark. Like I kept reeling them in and they kept breaking the line. It was very difficult to separate them.
So this took a considerable amount of work on Virginia's part. She asked for a little divine guidance, called for her spirit guides and angels to come in. Virginia worked with him at calming him down and what would happen to him if he should go into the light. And she got him to walk into the light.
And I took the passive one and he went into the light. I felt the house shift, an energy shift. It became brighter.
It was a much lighter feeling in there. The air actually felt thinner and a little more positive.
The level of activity dropped off when Virginia cleansed the house. When I was in my house before the spirits crossed over, I was always on that fight or flight mode. My senses were always on guard. After Virginia had the spirits cross over, I could relax. I didn't have to be on guard all the time. I didn't feel like somebody was watching me.
It's not just spirits of the dead that can take over the living. Sometimes, the possessing entity comes from a different realm entirely.
Paranormal Survivor interview with Brenda Henry. Take one. Mark.
The home was built in 1814. It was a large old farmhouse that set back off the road. I just fell in love with the looks of the home.
I loved the home. I thought it was beautiful. I loved the way it was laid out, loved the location.
After buying the property, Brenda and Tim learned the house had another more unusual feature.
The previous owner was an elderly lady that lived here with her mother. And she told me that there was a few things that I needed to know, and that the house had spirits. Most of them were good spirits.
The previous owner told her that there were spirits in the house, and I didn't really believe that there was.
I had heard stories about this house was haunted. The children in the neighborhood that played with my children had told them that they had seen images in the window several times.
At first, the family were untroubled by the ghostly rumors, but that soon changed.
So about a month after we moved into the home, things started to happen.
What was that?
All of us hear footsteps in the house all the time. If we're down in the first level, we can hear footsteps on the second level.
I'm gonna go check it out. I don't know what the heck that was.
Every time we heard the footsteps, we would go upstairs to check to see if anyone was up there or what was going on. A lamp would come on, go off by itself. At first I thought maybe it was electrical with the lights, until it wasn't just one light. It was several lights in the house.
Soon, other bizarre things started to happen.
There would be times at the home where the water would come on by itself at the sink. And one of us would get up and shut the water off. We'd go back and sit down. It'd come back on.
I just usually wrote these things off as coincidence. Had to be something else. It couldn't be footsteps. It couldn't be, somebody turned the lights on and off. It had to be something, some explanation of what was going on.
One of the things that I started finding around the home was the old-time handkerchiefs like grandmother would carry. Started finding several of them throughout the house. And I thought that was odd because we didn't have any handkerchiefs. I picked it up, put it in the garbage can. The next day, another handkerchief would appear elsewhere in the house.
I had no explanation for it. Couldn't figure out why it was happening.
So this went on for a couple weeks. I'd find a handkerchief, throw it away. I'd find one on the server, I'd throw it away. I'd find one in the bathroom, I'd throw it away. And this went on, almost like a daily activity.
Even the skeptics in the family had trouble explaining away the next time a handkerchief appeared.
We were all sitting around the table having dinner, and all of a sudden, one came floating out of the air, landed in the middle of the table.
After Brenda Henry and her family moved into a new home, they heard rumors it was haunted. At first, they were untroubled, but then bizarre things started to happen.
I have no idea where it came from. It just seemed to appear out of thin air. Everybody was shocked when the handkerchief fell. There was a lot of big eyes sitting around the table, wondering what exactly is going on.
So at that moment, I think we all pretty much accepted that we're living with spirits in the house.
Starting to believe that there possibly was something going on.
Intent on making contact with whatever was causing the activity in the house, Joey secretly began using a spirit board.
A spirit board is a really bad thing to mess around with if you're not properly trained to do so, because it's a divination device, and it's a method through which entities, spirits, sometimes rogue spirits is what I like to call them, can come in and talk to you. Rogue spirits are spirits that kind of wander around waiting for an into their environment.
Joey's attempt to contact the spirits only succeeded in bringing something new into the home, something truly demonic. And almost immediately, the activity in the house took a darker, more aggressive turn.
No one will talk to us at school. We're the weird kids.
The children were talking about how their friends didn't want to come over to the house because they heard that the house was haunted.
The whole town's talking about us.
See?
Our son Joseph made the statement that if I saw a ghost or a spirit, I'd punch it right in the mouth.
They think we're crazy.
So after he said that, a large basket that I keep on top of the refrigerator came flying off the top of the refrigerator.
The basket flew about 8 feet.
We were all in shock that this had happened. It was very frightful.
I think the spirits were sending a message that they wasn't happy about what he was saying.
Troubled by the violent change in the activity, Brenda reached out to husband-wife paranormal investigators, Rick and Nancy Cosner.
Anytime a spirit manifests energy enough to throw something or to move something, it can be very dangerous in a home to anybody around, and you need to have that taken care of.
When Rick first came, he brought some equipment to collect evidence.
It didn't take long for Rick to pick up the activity in the house.
And he said, I have this recording I want you to hear. So he played it.
Stop kicking me, stop kicking me, stop kicking me.
And it was a little girl that was saying, stop kicking me, over and over. Then she would laugh.
An EVP is an electronic voice phenomenon. This is where spirit can be heard on a recording device, but it could not be heard in the room by the physical ears.
Stop kicking me, stop kicking me, stop kicking me, stop kicking me.
To hear that voice was eerie. I've never heard anything like that before.
Rick had even more surprising news. There was more than just one spirit in the house.
There was a young female girl that was in our closet, and her name is Annie. And that's who we hear walking around upstairs. And that there were 5 spirits here, 5 elderly ladies.
Hallowed be thy name.
The demonic entity Joey had summoned did not reveal itself to Rick and Nancy. Nevertheless, they decided to perform a cleanse.
We go to room. Every room has to be smoked. We use frankincense and myrrh.
Forgive us our trespasses, we forgive those who trespass.
After the cleansing, we felt that everything would be calm and everything would work out for them for the best.
So after Rick's visit, the activity was pretty quiet for a couple days, I think.
With Joey still secretly using the spirit board, the demon was able to escape the cleanse and escalated its attacks.
So Joseph has always been a good child. Never had any behavior problems with him. All of a sudden, it's just like I'm dealing with somebody different.
He started being very disobedient, very verbally abusive to myself and his mom and his brother and sister.
Go yourself.
What do you say?
At first, I thought that, he's just going through teenage years.
I said go yourself. I hate you!
I felt very hurt that he was acting this way, and I didn't understand why.
You look into Joey's eyes, and it was like he was a different kid. It's like Joey wasn't in there.
I contacted Rick and his wife again and told him what was going on with Joseph.
They have to be invited. They don't just show up in your house.
Rick recommended that we call a priest to come in and have an exorcism to get the demonic spirit out of him.
Hi, Joey.
An exorcism is a cleansing, basically, to drive out the spirit, to make it leave the person's body.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
It was important to get it done soon before it got into the really bad stages of possession.
So the priest came in and he said he could definitely feel the demonic in Joseph.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
He just didn't want to do it. Joey was having difficulty repeating the phrases that the priest was giving him out of scripture.
Thy kingdom come, hallowed be thy name. You!
It was like he wasn't paying attention, he wasn't interested.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
You!
I think Joey was having trouble doing these things because it was the demonic spirit that was taken over. It wasn't Joseph. I mean, I could tell that by looking into his eyes. It wasn't him.
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Most likely the demon was confusing him, what he's hearing, telling him that these people were lying to him, things of that nature.
Watching our son go through this was just, it was horrible. It was horrible that, this demonic spirit had taken over our son.
Brenda Henry's son Joey had been possessed by a demonic entity. The only way to save him was an exorcism.
Hallowed be thy name.
It was hard to watch. I felt that the demonic spirit was fighting and trying to stay with Joey and trying to keep Joey from doing the things that he needed to do to get it out of him.
I just bowed my head and I prayed, and my husband prayed.
But deliver us from evil, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory.
And I opened up my eyes and looked at Joseph, and tears was coming down his cheek. I knew that something's working.
You could see a change in him. You could see a change in his eyes and that the spirit was leaving him.
Joseph said that he knew something wasn't right and he could hear voices talking to him. And he said, I knew I was doing wrong, but I couldn't stop myself.
It felt good to have Joey back. It felt good to have that happy-go-lucky boy back. I thought for sure that negative activity in the home would end after the exorcism. Knowing that the black spirits, the bad spirits was gone, would help us all to live peacefully together again.
The demon may have been exorcised from Joey, but he wasn't finished terrorizing the family yet.
Brenda had called and told me that she had seen a dark, shadowy figure that was like 6, 7 feet tall. And this set flags off that let me know that this demon was still there.
Terrified, Brenda called Rick and Nancy back to the home.
Well, at that point, we needed to do an exorcism of the house. I think the demon probably just backed off and hid for a while the priest was gone, while we were gone, and then decided to continue his work. Well, when I come into a home to do an exorcism, I usually come in with holy water and I will walk around and spritz the water around to see if I get any kind of reaction, to find out maybe the demon is near.
Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy.
We read the rites of exorcism, and that's it. We don't never talk to the demons.
Christ, have mercy.
You never want to talk to a demon. They spread lies, keep you off balance all the time.
Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. Christ, have mercy.
The cleansing was successful. The demon vanquished.
I felt that the place felt a little lighter.
I felt very good after the last time Rick had came back and blessed the house.
This whole experience has definitely changed my belief in the paranormal. Before, I wouldn't have believed any of it. But going through it and living through it and actually seeing it for myself, I'm a believer.
I think the white spirits are still there, and the dark spirits there, I don't think there has been any for quite a while, and we want to keep it that way.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people.
I knew this had to be a ghost.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
He saw a monster in his room. It scared the crap out of me.
When uninvited evil terrifies the living.
I didn't know what was happening to me, but it scared me.
I'm like, this is insane.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
This is interview with Felicia Jones. Take 1, Mark.
It was a necessity to have a large home because we have a large family. When we went to view the house, it was very beautiful, had a lot of potential for our family, and I was very excited when I seen it. It had 6 bedrooms, and it was perfect.
The house also came with an extra, unexpected feature.
He did not know anything about the previous owners. A neighbor that has lived here for years had asked me if I had ever met Eleanor. She said Eleanor is a lady that lived in this house that was a nanny, and that Eleanor died in the living room at this house. She told me that this house was haunted by her.
Despite the neighbor's story, the house seemed too perfect to turn down.
When we first moved to the house, I felt like I was being watched, and I would get the chills, but then I would think, am I crazy? There's nobody here but me. I would get ready for work, and I would see like white blurs upstairs, and they would be moving. One morning, I watched a white blur go into my son's bedroom. They were like human size, like a cloud, I mean, just like float. My husband thought I was crazy. He thought I was seeing things because the neighbor had put it into my head.
Soon, other strange things started to happen.
I heard people trying to talk over each other, it sounded like. I thought it was the neighbors talking over each other. So I looked out the window because my neighbors go out on their porch to smoke. When I looked out the window, there was nobody there. So I laid down and I went back to bed. A few hours later, I was woken up by the same thing. At first, I thought people were playing tricks on me, but then I come to realize later, there's something going on in this house. I woke my husband, Kevin, up. Like always, he dismissed it. After all that happened, I thought maybe I was going crazy, seeing things. Because of the neighbor again telling me this house was haunted.
But Felisa wasn't imagining things, as her son Rob and her grandson Carson would discover when they stayed over one night.
Come on. Let's go, buddy.
In the middle of the night, we heard a loud crash, and it was my son, Rob, running through the baby gate. Kevin and I jumped up out of the bed, came out.
They're down here.
Rob was frantic. My son was shaking.
What happened?
He said, I was woken up by an old lady. She was in my face. When I woke up and I turned and grabbed Carson, her face just disappeared. Rob knew that it was a ghost. He said, I will never, ever sleep upstairs again. I was scared. And Carson had 103 fever. Only thing I could think of is what the neighbor said about Eleanor. I was told that Eleanor was a nanny. We believe she was waking him up to tell him that Carson was sick.
What is she doing now? This is getting out of hand. I just can't believe this.
Believing the spirit of Eleanor to be benign or even friendly, Felisa and her family decided to try to tolerate the entity.
A month after we moved in, the activity in the house started to change. I started to get afraid. Instead of at ease about Eleanor, I started to get scared about other things happening in the house. Caden is my great nephew. I've babysat him from birth till the age of 5. He was a happy, great, fun little boy to be around. But one night, when Caden was about 4, he started to experience things in the house also.
The new activity was darker, malevolent, and dangerous. They started to wonder, maybe Eleanor wasn't so kind-hearted after all.
Caden would wake up screaming in the middle of the night. He said that he saw a monster in his room.
When Felisa Jones and her husband bought a large house in a quiet neighborhood, little did they know that the house had some uninvited guests. A good one and a bad one. And it didn't take long for a monster to make its evil presence known, terrorizing Felisa's 4-year-old great-nephew.
Caden was screaming, the monster scratched my back. And Caden had scratches on his back. It scared the crap out of me when I saw those scratches on Caden's back. I wondered where Eleanor was and why Eleanor wasn't protecting him.
A spirit would have to be very powerful in order to scratch someone, because basically a spirit will need to reach through their level of existence into our level of existence. That takes a lot of strength, a lot of energy, a lot of power.
Caden went from so happy, and then when all that started to happen, he started to look sick and lethargic, and he looked terrible.
Felisa decided to find out exactly who or what was attacking Caden.
We had cameras installed that have motion sensors on them. So when you move in front of them, the cameras turn on and start to film. One night, the camera in my foyer went off, and I went to look, and it looked almost to me like it had a long curled nose, and it looked very skeletal, scary-like, very scary. I thought, what can I do to get this thing out of my house?
Felisa contacted paranormal investigator Rick Cosner and his team for help.
When Felicia called me, she told me she was having some problems with her nephew who had been staying with her. Well, anytime a child's involved, I have a concern over that. Felicia did send us some video of her CCTV camera, which was very interesting. It did show that there was an entity or spirit of some sort there.
When Rick saw the image, it was a very demonic spirit, and he said we needed to get it out of there.
Demons are supernatural beings, fallen angels. Demons can be very violent because their ultimate goal is your death.
I wanted that very dark spirit out of my house. I was frightened.
When we went there, we came with my wife and a Catholic priest who performed the cleansing on Felicia's house. When you perform a cleansing, the priest will go to each room and he says prayers. He sprinkles holy water over beds, over pretty much everything. He seals off the mirrors so the spirits can't hide in mirrors. And this is what we use to get rid of negative spirits.
Rick and his team struggled to find evidence of any demonic spirits or how they got there.
Rick.
Rick began to worry that the reason they couldn't find a trace of the demon was because it was hiding from them.
How do you feel?
This meant there was only one way to get rid of it: perform an exorcism of the whole house.
An exorcism had to be performed because cleansings do not work on supernatural beings. Only an exorcism will work.
It is time.
When Rick started to do the exorcism, my house started to smell like sulfur.
The sulfur is a good sign that the demon is located in the house someplace.
In the name of Christ, we demand you to be gone. God demands you to be gone. The saints demand you to be gone.
God demands you to be gone. The saints demand you to be gone. And there's literally a literature of things that you read to call upon all the saints.
In the name of Christ, we demand you to be gone. God demands you to be gone. The saints demand you to be gone.
When they fight the exorcism, things will be thrown, things will be shaken. They will let you know their presence and how angry they are.
The saints demand you to be gone. Get out of my house! Christ, we demand you to be gone. God demands you to be gone. God demands you to be gone. In the name of Christ, we demand you to be gone.
The smell immediately stopped after the exorcism. When the smell dissipates, it's usually a sign that the demon is moving out of the home.
Thank you, Father. I felt a sense of peace after Rick came in and blessed the house. The house felt at ease. I felt safe again.
I definitely felt a difference in the house once the exorcism was finished. It seemed lighter. The house seemed lighter, the air seemed lighter, there was no more smell.
Although one evil uninvited guest had been thrown out, another positive one still remained: Eleanor, the nanny.
There's still a lot of activity at my house. The stuff in this house has been going on long enough. The fear is gone. I've become used to it. I was raised not to believe in the paranormal, but I definitely do now. Because I have seen paranormal, I've seen the things in my house, I've seen things on camera. It's there, I see it.
Most people who encounter uninvited entities do so in their home. But sometimes, even the workplace can become a place of terror.
Paranormal Survivor, Dale's Haunted Restaurant.
I had just moved from Montreal and I was without a job. I applied everywhere and this restaurant had called me to see if I was interested in waitressing. I was excited. I loved the building, the neighborhood, full of character and wood. You walk in and you're mesmerized. Everything about the restaurant was very, very appealing. So I definitely knew I wanted to work there and was very happy when they asked me to join on.
Soon after starting, Dale was given the responsibility of opening up the restaurant each day. It wasn't long before she'd discover why no one else wanted to do it.
When I would come in, it would be very dark. So I'd be the one to have to turn on the lights in the dark. My main goal was to get to the lights. But I always felt like there was someone with me. But walking through the building in the dark is very eerie. Not a very comforting feeling. And I kept thinking, okay, what are you doing? You know, you're fine, you're okay. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna do what I have to do.
Dale's uneasiness soon escalated into more than just a feeling.
I went into the restaurant because I had to get everything ready for the evening, and I'm always in there alone. It's always me just setting up until it's time. We moved the chairs out of the way so that we could vacuum or we could sweep. And usually if you're the one that's doing the sweeping or the vacuuming, you move the chairs. I left for 30 seconds, maybe to a minute, to go and grab the vacuum from our storage closet. And I came back. The tablecloths were on the table and the chairs were all down.
Dale Goss had taken a job working in a restaurant, but not long after starting her new position, bizarre things began to occur.
The quicker I could get out of the restaurant, I felt better about.
Frightened and alone, Dale was always relieved when her colleagues arrived, especially prep cook Sandra LaFerrier.
Sandra and I started working at the restaurant roughly at the same time when it had opened.
I've known Dale for about, I don't know, 12, 13 years. She's very outspoken, you know, says what she means. We bonded very quickly. It's just something between the two of us. She's an awesome person.
Sandra, Dale, and many others felt especially uncomfortable in the restaurant's storage room.
It's just something about that room. From the day I started, being in that storage room, it just had an eerie, creepy feeling that there was somebody there. A lot of people didn't want to go alone in it. Everybody, most of the staff felt very uneasy in that back room. I just didn't like it. There's something just about that room, I just don't like it.
The next time Dale went into the storage room, her unease would prove to be well-founded.
So one particular morning I came in and I was the first one at the restaurant. I went into the back and to turn on the lights, and I got a very bad feeling. I felt very sick to my stomach. Something told me to look up. And it was in there that I saw the figure. He was a very large man. Just about died of a heart attack when I saw him. All the hair on the back of my neck went up. He had a big hat on and it looked like a trench coat. He looked angry. He looked like I shouldn't be there. It wasn't a person. My heart just jumped out of my chest. I thought that was it. I just walked very quickly to the kitchen, and at that time, like I told Sandra,
There's a man in there.
I thought, I'm gonna be killed here.
No, don't go in there.
She was scared and she came running into the kitchen. She was all out of breath. And I'm there, Dale, like, what's wrong? She says, there's a man. She goes, I just saw a man.
And she said, well, that's pretty much impossible. The restaurant's not open.
There's nobody there.
She kind of laughed it off and thought, okay, you know, Dale, you're overtired. You've been working hard, whatever. And I'm like, okay. Everyone else, I didn't tell because I didn't want people thinking that I was weird and I was different. So I kept it to myself. I was the new kid on the block.
She didn't want to talk to anybody. She didn't want to talk about it because I'd bring it up. Did something else happen? I don't want to talk about it.
Dale's terrifying encounter with the uninvited spirit soon became a regular occurrence.
I love my job. Everything about my job was perfect. But every day that I would come into work when I had the morning shift, that man was there. Every morning I came in, always, always, always him.
The constant fear began to take its toll on Dale.
There's one day I came into work when Sandra was in the kitchen prepping.
That morning, Dale wasn't in a good mood, and she was a little more upset than she usually is.
I was tired, I was grumpy. And I was tired of being afraid of him. And that's when I decided, I'm not gonna let you scare me anymore. When I went in the back room, I didn't care.
Hey! Hey!
I'm gonna take control of this, and I yelled at him.
You want me? Here I am! Come and get me!
I was angry, and there was no fear, it was pure anger.
Come and get me!
I felt I was taking control, and I wasn't gonna be afraid anymore. That lasted for a fraction of a second.
Dale Goss was being haunted by uninvited evil in the restaurant where she worked.
Here I am!
But after she confronted the demon,
Come and get me!
the terrifying encounters would take a truly frightening turn.
All of a sudden, you heard heavy steps. And his face, if it was able to contort any more than it already was, it was of pure anger and hatred. That's when I realized, uh-oh. And I ran all the way to the kitchen, and by then I was out of breath, I was shaking, my face was drained of color, and I thought I was gonna collapse.
Dale's emotional state at the time was like she was gonna pass out. And I was trying to calm her down. Before she even told me anything, I'm there, okay, Dale, I said, like, take deep breaths. I said, you're freaking me out here, calm down.
Dale hadn't escaped the entity yet.
And as she's telling me about this man, she's looking at me, and honest to God, her hair lifted.
I feel a chunk of my hair being raised up. And all of a sudden, my hair got yanked. I felt it. I mean, that hurt.
Somebody grabbed her hair, you know, like when you're gonna give it a good tug, somebody did pull it.
I was 100% sure that the man that I had yelled at, he was the one pulling my hair.
And she goes, Sandra, did you see that? And I went, yeah. Okay, like, we need to get out of here.
Spirits may want to harm the living for many different reasons. Just as in the physical, there are people that wish to harm another person. The same thing happens on the other side. If they are earthbound, they still have their same personalities. They still have the same human emotions. So perhaps they're angry, they're frustrated, and they may try to harm a living human being.
When Sandra saw that, Sandra had no more doubt that the stories I was telling her were true.
After Dale was attacked, the spirit activity escalated dramatically.
Many people had seen shadows walking by. People would see a puff of smoke upstairs at the bar area. There was witness of a little girl running through the restaurant, which I too have seen her.
The uninvited paranormal activity became so intense that staff quit in fear and the restaurant was forced to close.
I was only relieved to not be working at the restaurant, was knowing I wouldn't see the man anymore.
After years of lying empty, the restaurant reopened.
I came by a few times just to see how everything was going. I had asked the owner what had happened to the man. He had informed me that his wife had done a cleansing a few years ago and had asked all the negative and bad spirits to leave. It felt a lot lighter and a lot airier. It just felt a lot more positive.
They asked Dale to take back her old job.
I decided to try to come back into waitressing. I was worried about going back into the restaurant, wondering if I was gonna face him again. I was a little bit nervous because I was gonna be there when we closed. I didn't want to tell the new people I was working with, I didn't want to turn on the lights. I went and I flicked on the lights. Nothing. The man was not there.
Spirits who are in pain often can't let go of the material world. They haven't found peace and are doomed, stuck in limbo, and showing up as uninvited guests.
Paranormal Survivor, Dana's Deadly Crush. Interview with Dana Hinckley. Take 1. Marking.
That day we were at Mickey's father's funeral. He had come home. I felt withdrawn, sad, very emotional.
When we got back to the house for my dad's funeral, I was, feeling a little bit upset, overwhelmed, and we were just sitting at the kitchen table. It was a long couple days,
I heard a noise, and when I looked up, in the window I saw a face of a man. Looked like death.
What's wrong? She goes, oh my God, it's behind you. And I turned around and, I didn't see anything.
Where?
And she's like, it's right there. Like, you don't see that. I'm like, no, I don't see it.
You can't see him? I'm sorry, sweetheart. I don't see anybody.
You could tell by the look of fright. She was visibly, scared.
Come here.
And then, it obviously just disappeared and it was gone. She was frightened. I mean, shaken.
It was actually really creepy. Who is this person, and what are they doing here, and why can't Mickey see him? And at that point, I knew that this had to be a ghost, but why is he here?
And then I'm thinking, well, maybe we were at the cemetery, something bad following us back.
The second time that I saw the ghost, he was up in the hallway. I happened to go upstairs to brush my teeth, get ready for bed. He was just standing there, reaching out for me.
Dana Hinckley had twice seen a terrifying apparition in her home, and shockingly, the haunting would soon escalate.
And he had blood coming from his mouth on both sides. It was very scary. Didn't know what it was, didn't know what he wanted. That was the most scariest part, that I didn't know what he wanted.
I could just tell by talking to her, see it in her face, that she was stressed out about this.
I didn't want to go anywhere, I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to sleep, and I couldn't sleep.
The now daily ghost sightings were taking a toll on Dana and Mike.
He's right there.
Where
Right there. He's right there.
He's right here? He's in front of me right now?
The ghost said that he knew him. He used to tell Mercury and Mike just to be quiet.
You tell Mercury Mike to be quiet.
Where's what?
Just called you Mercury Mike.
And he said, how did you know that name? And I said, I didn't know that name.
When she told me that, I was like floored, because Mercury Mike was a high school nickname that only like 2 other people knew about. Dana, had no idea that anybody ever called me that.
There's only 2 people in the entire world that know that name.
Mickey got the nickname Mercury Mike. It was a high school prank, actually. He was in the science lab, and there was mercury that was spilled, and the fire alarm went off. How would a ghost know something like this? Like, how would he know about our personal lives?
That chilling encounter left Dana and Mike with more questions than answers, and an overwhelming sense of dread.
I had a lot of anxiety. I couldn't eat. It was just very stressful. It just drained me. Like, I felt like I was sick. Like it was something that took over my body.
And it was about to get even worse for Dana.
We were sleeping. Everything was quiet. When I first opened my eyes, I didn't see anything, but I heard the footsteps. And then I heard the door creak. And then when he walked in, he was sitting at the end of my bed. I was really scared.
You're beautiful.
He just kept telling me that I was beautiful and that he needed my energy and to please help him, that he was not going to hurt me. I woke Mickey.
What's going on?
And I said, this man is touching me. And he's like, what do you mean he's touching you? And I said, he's touching me.
How do you not see him?
She was like pale looking, scared, hands trembling, you know what I mean? You could tell that whatever was there was scary, was real, and had an impact on her. I actually felt bad because, I believe everything she was telling me, but, I can't see it, and I can't do anything to help.
I I didn't know what was happening to me and why this was happening to me, but it scared me.
At that point, I'm like, you know what? This is insane. It's crazy. And I said, you know, let's reach out. I had a friend that was involved in paranormal stuff. So I said, you know, let me put a phone call out to my friend.
I'm a paranormal resolution expert. That's somebody who goes into a haunted location and brings in resources to attempt to identify what's causing the activity and then to come up with a game plan to resolve that activity. Over the past 15 years, I've worked hundreds of cases and worked with hundreds of clients.
Mark brought in psychic medium Virginia Centrillo to help out.
When I first arrived at the property, there was something that was disturbing to me. I couldn't understand what this energy was, and I realized there was a gentleman standing behind her. He was staring at me with a stare that he can see right through me, which kind of stopped my heart.
While Virginia walked through the home, Mark and his fellow investigator Joe set up in the master bedroom.
And we heard this weird hum that started in there. It sounded like it was right on top of us. Neither of us were making any noise, but this very distinctive hum had entered into the room.
The humming and whistling was coming through the whole house.
I heard some humming noises, some whistling noises. It was creepy, it was eerie.
When I was doing the walkthrough, this spirit was behind Dana. But he would throw a whistle or hum to another side of the house. It was very unusual, almost very childlike, like playing hide and seek. I had to really be creative on how I was going to handle this particular spirit, because he was determined to stay where he was and stay attached to Dana.
Quite often we sit in a circle to help build energy within the circle. Virginia calls on angels to help her connect with those people on the other side that she needs to speak with.
With plans to cross the spirit to the other side, Virginia learned some vital information about him.
He was letting me know that he was a user of very intense drugs. I felt this gentleman hurt himself somehow by overdosing on drugs by accident.
Some spirits might be afraid to cross over because they may have guilt or they might have fear of retribution on the other side.
Anybody who's sinned, anybody who's afraid of judgment, anybody who's experienced hardship or hurt sometimes stay instead of choosing to cross over out of fear.
He's here.
I started to realize that Dana reminded him of someone. I believe an ex-girlfriend. And he would not get it out of his mind that this was not his girlfriend.
Virginia explained it to me that it probably became fixed on Dana because it was probably crying out for help.
So I had to come up with my team with some sort of way of removing him away from her. I asked Dana to go into the other room.
You better leave.
At as she was going in the other room, one of our investigators was speaking to him.
There were drugs. What kind of drugs were they? No!
But the questions threatened the spirit.
And he kept saying, see that big guy there? He thinks he's something else.
I think he was afraid of Joe because I think that he knew that Joe was going to help me.
Joe was jolted in his seat.
Joe! I'll claw you!
After being fixated onto by a ghost, Dana Hinckley called in paranormal investigator Mark Keyes and psychic medium Virginia Centrillo. What they found was a spirit who felt no hesitation in resorting to violence.
Joe! I'll claw you!
It was like he got punched in the stomach.
It was just so scary because obviously if it's, willing and it's able to push or shove, someone like Joe, who knows what it could do, especially with Dana. It could have been disastrous.
I think that he was trying to let Joe know that he was the dominant guy there, that Joe had come to try to remove him, and that wasn't going to happen.
So I started to realize not only do we have this gentleman, but his addiction, that we have to cut off of him in order for him to go into the light. We decided that we would send him love and light and just concentrate on him being well. And as my teammates were working on that and focusing on that, I was working with that other energy of that drug. I actually saw it being pulled from his back, that drug energy. And once we did that, he became softer. His facial expressions actually changed. We start to realize he's starting to understand.
Please.
There was a female energy, an older energy, that was reaching out for him saying, it's okay, come with me.
Virginia had said she witnessed this person through her vision go. The house felt immediately calmer.
I felt a sigh of relief that the ghost was gone, that it wasn't going to bother me anymore.
Knowing the spirit was finally gone, it was a big relief. All the anxiety and all the stress that we've been dealing with for months, it was finally over.
The ghost has changed my life because I know that they're out there. They're real and they can't touch you. But I know through my faith, the faith is stronger than any ghost.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people
I knew this had to be a ghost.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I've seen things you just can't explain.
When the spirit world and the animal world collide.
It scared the living hell out of me.
This is how we're gonna die.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Nadine's Trailer Park Terror. Take one.
We moved into the trailer park in April of 1991. We moved an awful lot when my husband was in the military.
The trailer park was nice. It was affordable, it was clean, the people were military much like our family, and we fit in well.
The trailer would be the family's home until housing could be arranged on the nearby military base.
Usually when you're waiting for government housing on post, it can take up to 27 months, so we thought about maybe 2 years we'd have to live in the trailer park.
I was very young at the time when we moved into the trailer park. I remember being at the end of the row, the big field, the trees. I played outside during the day. At night, we mostly were inside.
If you look out the window, you would see a big field, and then there was a wooded tree line. The tree line, I never liked it. It just seemed off to me. I just never liked the woods. It always felt cold. It just kind of, I don't know, it made you feel eerie.
I do remember the forest. It was something that I generally avoided.
The unnerving sensations would soon become all too real.
Shane and I, we would go outside and he would play ball, you know, normal kid stuff. This one particular day we went out and the neighbor's dog was lying there. At first I thought it was sleeping, but the dog was dead. The dog we found had actually belonged to one of our neighbors, but they were never home. We decided that we were going to bury the dog next to the woods because we didn't feel it was right to just leave the dog there.
I buried the dog across the field from our trailer, along the wood line. I dug a hole about 2 feet deep, thinking that would be enough to thwart most small creatures from digging it up.
We were outside and Shane was playing. I had noticed that there was something odd about the woods. I had gone up and the hole was empty. The dog was gone. After we had buried the dog and it had been dug up, you would see something at the edge of the woods. You would see these glowing red eyes, like blood red eyes. It appeared to be some type of animal or creature, maybe 8 feet tall. This thing was staring right at you. You could just feel it boring down on you, like it was watching you all the time. It was terrifying. I will never forget those eyes.
Spirits like to intimidate. Spirits like to show themselves and scare the living. Not all spiritual entities are humanoid figures. Most of the time, entities can morph into different shapes, different forms, different creature-like animals, and they can wreak havoc on your life.
It got to the point where each night, Nadine would see the red eyes hovering in the distance, and she was convinced they were the eyes of someone or something.
Don't move.
Which only heightened her protective instincts.
I would never let my kid out of my sight. You would go to take out the garbage or go out to go to the car. I always had to know where he was because I was afraid. I didn't know what it was. I was afraid if I took my eyes off of him, something would happen.
Shane! Shane! Shane!
She she was more protective of me. She liked to keep me close by, within earshot, within sight.
But Nadine's fears would not go unfounded as the terror kept escalating.
I'm pretty much a skeptic. I kind of thought maybe Nadine was embellishing a little bit on what she saw. So my first impression was, okay, her imagination's getting away from her. It was about 2 or 3 weeks after Nadine had first seen it that she was able to show it to me and pinpoint the eyes in the woods. I was expecting something low to the ground, some sort of canine, perhaps a wolf, until it moved and you could see the mass of it. I had gotten my rifle and started loading it. I was expecting something that could be explained away. And I had no explanation for this.
When Nadine Smith and her family moved into a trailer park, they were unaware that their home was not as tranquil as it seemed. But not long after, a strange being began haunting them.
And I had no explanation for this.
Whatever this was, animal, beast, you could hear like growling and grunting, just these awful noises.
I had my rifle and started crossing the field. I got out there and it was gone. Could find no evidence whatsoever.
As the unexplained sightings kept intensifying, Nadine went in search for answers.
I decided to ask some of the neighbors about it. And I got the oddest reactions.
Hi. Just wanted to ask if you knew much about the wildlife around here. Have you ever seen anything bigger?
When I went to ask one neighbor, she refused to speak to me.
No.
She just closed her door. And she wouldn't talk to me after that. I noticed that one of my neighbors had actually moved. And it appeared as though they had actually moved in the middle of the night. And we noticed that was happening a lot.
The neighbors kind of came and went. Some freaked out by whatever this creature was.
I started asking questions. I started asking why they left. Why was everyone leaving so quickly? And I was told each one of them had left because something had happened to them, where a dog or a wolf or something had tried to attack them, had tried to get into their mobile home. And I saw those red eyes inside a vacant locked trailer staring at me. I realized it was actually watching me. It was real, and it was not going to go away. I was now scared. I didn't know what I was dealing with. Was it a ghost? Was it a demon? I didn't know.
And the terror continued as Shane began to have horrible nightmares.
It was getting to be pretty common that Shane would wake up at night, at least 2 to 3 times a week.
Bad dream again?
I did have recurring nightmares every time. It was the same.
Shane would wake up in the middle of the night screaming. He would be panicked. We would tell him it was just a nightmare.
In the beginning, she would just say that they were nightmares and that I should just try to get back to sleep.
I'm right here if you need me.
But Shane's parents would soon find out how overpowering his nightmares had become.
We got called by the school principal about pictures that he had been drawing in art class. And they were all the same picture. It was a big thing with red eyes, and he drew teeth on them, and the teeth had blood dripping off of them. It was really disturbing.
I drew it repeatedly, over and over again. It was a big deal to me. One night, I was having this nightmare. I saw a big black form outside my window. I was scared. I was legitimately scared.
We ran into his room.
What?
He was just looking at the window. I saw those same red eyes. It had black and brown hair, fur. It was like an upright walking wolf. I legitimately felt like we were being stalked. I felt like it was coming for us.
Go.
And it scared me to death.
With more questions than answers, Nadine was determined to get to the root of the mystery.
We went to the library, and they told us there was a legend of skinwalkers. And I had never heard of a skinwalker before.
A skinwalker is a type of creature that was once human. They can assume the forms of animals, like foxes or wolves.
Skinwalkers are considered very dangerous. They have evil intentions. They are connected to illness, bad luck, and even death.
When Nadine told me it could be a skinwalker, I did not dismiss that theory. Because in my life, I've seen things that you just can't explain.
We found out there was quite a bit of research behind it, but we had no idea how to protect ourselves.
With John away for work, Nadine refused to be left alone in the trailer and asked friends to keep her company at night.
I asked my friend if she could come down. And we heard these noises outside.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Like growling and low guttural types of noises. And we went to the door, and we both looked out, and up at the edge of the woods, it was standing there looking at us. Head to toe, upright walking, black wolf with red eyes.
Nadine Smith and her family were being terrorized by a vicious beast. And the horror became all too real when Nadine was attacked in her own home.
It was really angry, and it wanted in. The trailer started to shake. I don't know how you make a 14 by 80 mobile home move. Whatever this was, it was literally shaking the whole place. My friend started panicking and she said, we need to call the police. And I thought, what are the police gonna do? We were standing there and the door just flew open. We thought, this is how we're gonna die. And we both looked out and there was nothing. It was gone. There was nothing there. We were terrified. We knew that there was no way to get out of this except to leave.
After the trailer was attacked, I was more concerned with the safety of my family. How far would a creature go? Or how far is this going to go?
Terrified of what might happen next, Nadine and John decided to move out as fast as they could.
We were going, we have to go, we have to go, we have to go. I mean, we were all panicked.
Come on! Hurry!
We left stuff in the house. We just wanted out so badly. We left stuff, and we never went back.
Even the day we left, I saw the eyes in the woods. There it was. I loaded them all in the truck. And hit the road. Never looked back.
I still don't like to be out near the woods at night, anywhere. It changed me forever.
Spirits can take on many forms, including those of animals. And sometimes they manifest in the physical world with truly horrifying consequences.
Paranormal Survivor, Creepy Crawlers. Interview with Mari. Take one.
It was a beautiful 3-story house. When we walked in, it was very open and spacious. We had come from a small 2-bedroom apartment, me and the 3 kids and my new boyfriend. Moving day was very exciting. We all unpacked the same day. That's how excited we were. It wasn't long that we were in the house when I started to hear things like scratching noises. I heard scratching on the wall behind my bed. At first, I thought it was just mice or squirrels or something. That's when I started to think, well, that wall behind me is concrete. It can't be critters. The scratching sounded like somebody's nails coming down, but in short scrapes. The scratches were not an animal. It was something else. So what is the scratching and where is it coming from?
The menacing scratching wasn't the only strange phenomenon. Mari's boyfriend would soon experience the paranormal for himself.
Matt worked from home. He set up his office in the basement, and he would be down there most of the time. But the more he was down there, the more he changed. At first, The changes were so small, I didn't even notice. Then his behavior started to change, where he became aggressive.
Why is there no coffee in this house? Is there no more coffee?
Rose, we'll play upstairs, okay?
He was very nasty. Before moving into the home, Matt was a very outgoing, kind, helpful person, which was one of the reasons I was attracted to him. But he was changing. He became bitter, angry, selfish.
Come on, what is wrong with you?
I've known this man since we were teenagers. I've never, ever seen him behave like that, ever. I thought Matt was having some kind of breakdown. And I just thought maybe being with a single mother with 3 kids was too much.
You know, I don't know if I can take this anymore.
When I would confront Matt, I would say, why would you do this? What is it about me that you hate?
Why do you hate me so much?
And that's when I saw his eyes were black, solid black.
Mari's beautiful home was not as perfect as she first thought. Not long after moving in, strange scratching noises had begun to haunt her, and soon after, her boyfriend's behavior was becoming increasingly disturbing.
His eyes were black, solid black. He was possessed by something.
If a person's eyes have turned completely black, it's because their soul has been possessed. They've been possessed completely. It is very dangerous. The person ceases to exist, and the demonic possesses their mind, their body, their soul. It's not kind.
His rage and his violence, I was absolutely concerned about the safety of the children. That's when I said, you have to leave.
Get out! Get out of this house now!
He packed up and left immediately. He didn't even say goodbye.
Get out!
The house itself now had an aura of just negativity. It just had negativity in the air. You could feel it, you could breathe it, it just was there.
It wasn't long until the negativity in the house manifested itself into something much more disturbing.
Eden said at first she wasn't sure what was happening, and she just kind of was waking up, hearing noises. And then as she started to wake up more, she felt a presence in her room. I woke up to her screaming, a blood-curdling scream. Eden completely lost it. She was hysterical. She was terrified. I bolted to her room. She was shivering, crying hysterically. And I said, Eden, what's wrong? And she said, something is in my room.
It's okay, there's nothing there.
Eden was very afraid, very afraid. She didn't know what it was. So I just said, Eden, we're gonna do what my mom taught me to do when I got scared. We're gonna say, go away. And we yelled it.
Get out, girls! Try and go to sleep, okay?
I wanted to just make her feel empowered. Like she could, not be scared anymore.
But it wasn't just Eden who was tormented at night.
About a week later, I was woken up again. By a blood-curdling scream, but this time it was Elysium.
What's wrong?
She said, I saw a white woman. She was right there in my face. And she was terrified. Elysium refused to go back to sleep in her room. She was petrified. I was very concerned. It made me feel powerless, like I couldn't protect her properly. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know if it was going to happen again. I was concerned that my kids are now being attacked by this negative energy, and I didn't know what to do at that point.
The apparitions were spine-chilling enough, but the worst was soon to come.
I was working nights as a security guard, and I had a friend babysitting for me. I came home one morning, everything seemed normal. Everything seemed fine. Everyone in the house was still asleep. The dog was just walking around the house, and he was wagging his tail, holding on to this teddy bear. And I knew it wasn't his, it was one of the kids, so I took it.
Let go.
And I said, "That's not yours." And I put it up on the counter. It was about 2 hours later. I was woken up by my oldest child.
Mom! Mom!
And she was frantically trying to wake me up.
Wake up, wake up,
Wake up, wake up. It's an emergency.
What? There's an emergency downstairs.
Stay here, okay?
I went to go downstairs. And then that's when I got pushed from the top of the stairs. And I hit every step on the way down.
Whoa, whoa.
My friend had run over to see if I was okay.
What happened?
I was pushed from behind. I was hurting. And then that's when my friend said, "You need to come and look at this."
There's something you gotta see.
So he pointed to the kitchen.
What is that?
And when I looked at the counter, the entire counter was moving. And as I got closer, I realized what was causing the movement. The entire surface of the counter was covered in millions of maggots.
Mari and her daughters were constantly being terrorized by an evil spirit. And after being violently pushed down the stairs, Mari would make a chilling discovery.
The entire surface of the counter was covered in millions of maggots. I'm talking squirming maggots. There was no rotten smell, but there was definitely a sound. You could hear them squirming and moving on top of each other. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
The appearance of insects or maggots or flies or cockroaches, anything like that, can be very paranormal in nature. They're the manifestation of an infestation of some kind, usually demonic or malevolent in nature.
As I got even closer, I started to look for the source of the maggots. I lifted up that teddy bear.
Oh, God!
And underneath was a pile of maggots coming out of the teddy bear. It was then I realized that that teddy bear had come from Elysium's room. And then all of a sudden, all of it started to make sense. I believed that my boyfriend had been possessed by this presence. I believed that my children had been attacked by this presence. And I believe it was now trying to physically manifest itself to scare me enough to leave. was mad. And if it can just create these maggots to appear within a 2-hour span, then what else can it do?
Fearing for her family's safety, Mari had reached her limit.
After that incident, I didn't want to be in the home anymore. The beauty of the home didn't matter anymore. I would have lived in a cardboard box because I just wanted to get out and not have these types of things happening to me and my kids. We packed up and we got out of there immediately.
After moving out, the paranormal activity stopped. Life for the family returned to normal, and Mari and Matt got back together. After, she made a frightening discovery.
It wasn't until when we moved, I learned that the woman who used to live in that house had died in that house. And so it all made sense to me then. The white lady used to be the owner of that house. The white lady was angry with me because I was taking over her home. Her energy was attached, and she just didn't want us there. And me being the female of the house, the head female, her anger was towards me. So she went through the people I love to get at me.
Paranormal beings can be violent and harm the living. Sometimes it's the terrifying result of the animal world and the spirit world colliding.
Paranormal Survivor, Hound from Hell, interview with Melanie, take 1.
When I first moved into the house, it was very quiet. It was a warm house. It was beautiful. Everything was perfect. It was just me and my dog, Sophie. At the time, I was dating a man. He didn't live with me yet, but our plan for the future was that he will come and move in the house. Because of my work as an instructor, I had to go away a few times a year.
Honey, I'm home.
I had to put the dog in the kennel.
You guys are back.
I have a surprise for you. I'll be right back.
There was one dog in one of the enclosures. I was really drawn to her. I don't know why I was so obsessed with her, but I just felt she didn't belong there and that she was my dog. When I brought Brooke home, I had no idea what I was getting into.
No, she's ours.
What at first seemed like a welcome addition to the home would turn into a nightmare.
When I first brought Brooke home, she had no interest in interacting with anybody. She will go hide either on my bed or the couch, and she will just stay there. She would be scared. She won't come out.
Here you are. It's okay.
She will shake, be afraid all the time.
There's nothing wrong. Come on.
A few times she will just lay on my bed and just start growling. Brooke will just stare at the closet, just growl, growl.
What's wrong?
I don't know what she was seeing, what was making her so afraid.
Pets may start to act very strangely. If there's paranormal activity in the home, they might start to look in a certain corner of the room and there's nothing there. They may start barking, they may start growling, and there's nothing there. Spirits will try to get the attention of the pets in the home in order to get the attention of the humans, because it's easier for them to connect.
Brooke never stopped barking at the closet. I figured that Brooke was scared because it's a new environment. She was scared to be in my house.
The strange feeling in the house soon escalated into something far more sinister.
As we're laying down in bed, I had that eerie feeling that something was just looking at me, that something was just staring down at me. As I looked up, I see that creature, and it was just looking down at me. I froze, then I screamed for Todd. I told him, look up, are you seeing what I'm seeing? It looked like some kind of gargoyle, like a demon. Like, we're both seeing it. That's when I knew, oh my goodness, this is real.
What are you doing in here? I command you to leave!
He just stood up and confronted it, like loud.
Get out of here!
He said, in the name of Jesus Christ, you get away from this house. And the creature just turned away. From that point on, I was petrified of the creature.
The strange activity in the house took its toll on Melanie's relationship.
So after everything that happened, me and Todd kind of parted away. After Todd left, I realized that Todd was the one keeping the creature at bay. Because after Todd left, just... Sorry. It just got really, really bad. Sorry. As soon as Todd was out of my life, I knew the presence was there in the house. It was so strong. Always. Right behind me and just creeping and following you everywhere you go. It doesn't matter where I turn or how fast I turn, just follow. I could hear it yell inside my head. It was a constant yelling.
Melanie could not escape the ominous feeling of being watched.
At this point, stuff had already been happening for a few weeks. I knew there was something in the house. I had that very uncomfortable feeling, especially when you're so vulnerable, naked in the shower. Just knowing this thing was looking at me in my most vulnerable time. As I was thinking, okay, Melanie, it's just hurry up, get out.
Melanie Morissette was being haunted by a spirit in her own home.
I knew something was just looking at me.
But the ghostly activity would soon become more brazen and more sinister.
I saw a man in the shower, and I screamed. I was so scared. But then nothing was there.
Melanie hoped the frightening disturbances would die down. But her hope was in vain.
Brooke started growling. Obviously, she was getting scared. I could feel the energy changing. Then it just started grabbing the sheet at my feet and just started pulling. But It wouldn't let go. It just kept tugging, dragging the sheets inch by inch off of me. I was scared. I was very afraid. Just kept thinking, why? Like there's one thing after the other, and just didn't stop.
The activity became so bad, Melanie feared for her own safety.
As I'm walking to the stairs, something pushed me. Pushed me so hard that I flew down the stairs. It scared the living hell out of me. I was so afraid. I just cried and I cried. Like, I felt so... I found myself in a nightmare I just didn't know how to get out of. I just started yelling at him. What do you want from me? Why me? I didn't feel safe. This has to stop.
Melanie sought help and contacted psychic medium Lori Kinraid.
My main concern was that she felt she was in danger physically. Pretty much from the moment I went in, the sensation of being watched was there, but it was more the sensation of someone who was spying on you. There was anger to it instantly.
Lori didn't have to wait long to encounter the spirit for herself.
The energy just shifted. It felt like someone rushing at me. I became aware of a male in the home, an older gentleman, just yelling and ranting about his dog.
Stay away from my dog!
And he was using profanities. Why the bleep do you have my dog? He was like right in my face.
You get that away from my dog.
Using her psychic talents, Lori was able to determine that the spirit was called Mr. Smith.
And then everything became just so clear. Because I knew that Mr. Smith was Brooke's first owner.
The dog is mine.
Now I knew who he was. That was the first light of hope I had in so long, because now I knew who I was up against.
All he was focused on was the dog, his dog, that Melanie had recently adopted. But he kept saying, my dog, it's my dog.
Come on.
Before Mr. Smith passed, he had made his wife promise that she wouldn't give his dog away, that she would take care of it always. The dog appeared to be his pride and joy.
Oh, you're such a thing.
Apparently, immediately after he passed, she gave the dog away. She put it up for adoption.
In his mind, he thought that I took the dog from his wife and I had no rights to have the dog with me.
Mr. Smith, I have some bad news for you.
I tried to communicate to the spirit that he had actually passed on and that his dog had been put up for adoption.
Melanie adopted your dog. You don't have to worry anymore.
Then he shifted his anger, like he wasn't mad at me anymore.
Take care of my dog, please.
He seemed to come to peace rather quickly. It's like the light bulb went on and he understood and he started to calm down.
He was very emotional. I know he loved her dog very much, and I know Brooke loved him very much too.
Once he'd made his peace, he simply disappeared backwards into a beautiful white light crossing through. The change in the house was almost immediate.
He's gone. Thank you.
Everything was just calm.
Thank you.
The house just became the way it was when I first moved in. But the biggest change came from Brooke. She was not hiding. She wasn't scared. Like, it was so wonderful to see. She was the dog she was meant to be. was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people
I knew this had to be a ghost.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time. When history comes back to haunt us,
It smelled like death. I felt somebody shove me.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Underground Railroad. Interview with Maureen Hennelly, take 1. Marking.
We bought this house in June of 2012. It was in complete, total disrepair. They were actually thinking about knocking it down. We actually fell in love with it. We knew the structure itself was very sound, and my husband knew he could renovate it by himself.
From what we understand, it was abandoned for about 5 years and empty.
I had a feeling that there was something not quite right with the home.
Local people were telling us about objects and people moving around and lights showing up in the house while it was vacant.
We just always referred to it as the local haunted house.
Despite the warnings, Maureen and Mark were excited to own a home with so much history.
We noticed a trap door in the floor.
You're not gonna believe it. Come on, look at this.
The trap door would soon reveal a shocking secret.
Stairs are steep, so be careful. Wow, this is amazing. Look at this. I don't know what it is. Come on down. Come on in. Come on.
We could look out towards the back wall of the home, towards the backyard. We could see where there was an opening. So we kind of surmised that it was probably a hiding place or a tunnel that had an entrance somewhere in the backyard that was sealed up.
You could probably fit maybe about 6 people down there. After researching the home a little bit more, I was able to find out that this house was part of the Underground Railroad.
The Underground Railroad was a network of secret routes and safe houses used by slaves to escape into freedom.
This house was being used to harbor slaves and protect them during the evening while they moved north, but I can't say it really bothered me. I just thought it was history, and I thought it was very exciting.
Eager to renovate the home, Mark put in long hours in the evening, getting it ready for his family.
I used to see things be in different places, from one place to the next, and I knew I didn't leave it there. Things were getting moved. I thought maybe I was losing my mind, but things were definitely moving in different places than I left them.
When somebody decides to renovate their home or change things, the energy that has been absorbed over the years from an entity or an evil death, a traumatic event, that absorption comes to life. It awakens the spirits.
I would hear a bell ringing, like a servant's bell. Not a telephone, but the old servant's bell ringing.
Patrick? Maureen?
I thought maybe I was just hearing things and hallucinating, but I would hear it throughout the evening, and not just one evening. It went on, maybe once or twice a week I would hear it. I heard women's voices, and it sounded like they were in the next room. They were having a normal conversation. They weren't upset, they weren't arguing. They were just having a conversation, but I couldn't understand what they were talking about. But once I left the room, they stopped. I went back in, continued working, and they would start talking again.
Mark wasn't the only one who would experience strange activity. Soon, it was Mark's teenage son, Patrick.
One day, Patrick forgot his key. So my son tried the front door. He tried the kitchen door. Both were locked. He walked around back. He tried the back door in the foyer. That was locked.
And he came back around to the front door, and then he noticed it was open. It was just locked 5 minutes ago. He came back and it was wide open.
Like any teenager, he didn't think much of it, and he walked into the house. And then Patrick went into the main bathroom in the hallway upstairs, and he shut the door. Now, my husband had taken all the doorknobs off all the doors while he was doing all the renovations.
And for some reason, the door locked, and he couldn't get out.
Patrick heard people literally walking around, having conversations with each other.
So I think it was probably a half hour to 45 minutes later, I showed up, and he must have heard me.
Dad! Dad!
Patrick!
I'm locked in the bathroom!
I walked up the stairs and I let him out.
What's up?
And he asked me how long I'd been here. I said, I just came in. And he goes, well, I heard footsteps walking around while I was locked in here.
And Mark was like, I don't understand why the door wouldn't open for you. And Pat's like, it wouldn't open until you opened it.
Eventually, the activity in the house was so intense that it became dangerous.
We were having lights malfunctioning. Went to step down the first couple of stairs, and I felt somebody shove me.
Soon after moving into their historic home, Maureen Hennelly and her family began to experience disturbing paranormal activity, which quickly escalated into violence.
Went to step down the first couple of stairs, and I felt somebody shove me. And I went flying down the stairs. I'd never experienced anything like that before. I feel like I was very lucky that I was not more seriously injured. It was pretty upsetting. And at that point, I was like, okay, we may have a problem here with this house. I reached out to the Pennsylvania Paranormal Association.
Paranormal investigator Mark Keyes and psychic medium Virginia Centrillo agreed to help.
When I arrived at Maureen and Mark's home, as soon as I walked in, I was greeted by a couple. They had period clothing on, and they met me right in the hallway just before you go towards the stairs. I started to realize they were husband and wife. They wanted to be known. As I approached the stairs, I felt I was going to be pushed, and she was trying to keep me away from the stairs, the spirit. So I looked at the owner, Maureen. I said, did somebody try to push you down the stairs? And she said, oh, yes. Yes, they did.
She let me know that the female spirit guarded the center hallway stairs and that she was the one who pushed me down the stairs.
She pushed Maureen down the stairs, trying to show Maureen who's boss. She ruled the roost with an iron fist. This is my home. What are you doing here? Why are you taking it apart? Why are you breaking things down?
Can you show me the rest of the house?
The husband and her were keeping some sort of secret. And she was the caretaker of what was going on in that home as far as their secret.
It was a secret that would only be revealed when they headed through the hidden trapdoor.
I picked up movement, a lot of movement, and I was hearing talking, like whispering. We had a motion light that kept going on and off. So where one of the motion lights were, Mark was touched.
Somebody just touched me.
There were actually 2 slaves in the basement. They were hiding. It was like an underground railroad. That was the secret. Both homeowners, they were protecting the 2 spirits, protecting these slaves. At this point, they knew my intent was not to harm at all. They finally allowed me to go and find these 2 young ladies. When the spirits of the husband and wife allowed me to speak with the girls, they were very frightened, very scared, very cold. We sat down and we did a little circle. They needed love. I was used as a channeler at that moment to place love around them, show them love, show them care, show them warmth. And we asked each one of them to come forward so they become lighter and go into the light. And as we were talking to them, you can feel the energy shift.
With the slave spirits gone, Virginia was sure that the homeowner spirits would soon follow.
After the investigation, the activity in the home dropped off dramatically. The atmosphere just seemed more open, lighter. Is the only way I can describe it. Nothing physical has happened to me or anybody else in the family, and I'm not concerned that anything will.
Before we had the investigation, I was probably a big skeptic and I really didn't believe in the paranormal. But experiencing what I went through, I am no longer a skeptic. I believe. I believe.
Every building has its own unique history. But sometimes a haunted past can rear its head with truly horrifying consequences.
Paranormal Survivor, Jailhouse Shock, interview with Sandy Boyd. Take 1, marker.
The Lake County Jail officially closed in 1973.
After its closure, the jail was turned into a historical museum.
Sometime in 2008, I came in for a regular tour, and I fell in love with the building, and I started volunteering after that, and I ended up doing tours myself. Originally, in 1882, it was built with 10 cells.
The jail once housed dangerous criminals, from one of Al Capone's most feared hitmen to notorious Depression-era gangster John Dillinger. Sandy sometimes got the feeling that some of the old inmates were still in their cells.
When you walk through the building, you do get a creepy feeling, and I think what it is that you feel like you're being watched. You hear footsteps. And at first you're not sure where they're coming from. It sounds like hard-soled men's shoes walking across the floor. And the first thing your imagination wants to do is picture a guard doing his guard walk. And then at times you hear cell doors closing.
Jails are very common places to be haunted by spirits because of the fact that there's a lot of negative energy. There's a lot of depression, there's a lot of aggression, there's a lot of anger, and all of those things manifest in some way. They manifest in energy, and that energy can become trapped in that environment.
At first, Sandy thought the museum could cash in on the creepiness of the jail.
I approached the board to start ghost hunting about a year after I'd been here as a tour guide.
Sandy's son, Randy, also volunteered to help.
I do the paranormal tour here during the weekends to help raise the funds for restoring the jail.
It was supposed to be fun. But the more that we started doing it, it was not always, as fun. Sometimes it was uncomfortable.
You're always on edge inside the jail. It's like you're constantly in a room where nobody kind of wants you in here. Sometimes you feel very crowded. Other times you feel like eyes are always on you, and it's just kind of uneasy to be in here. There was a time when I was walking away from a group that was doing an investigation of their own. I was just walking down the hallway. I looked up. I was scared, stiff.
Sandy Boyd and her son worked as tour guides at an old jailhouse museum. But strange activity plagued the building, and it didn't take long for the spirits in the prison to make their presence known.
I was walking down the hallway. I looked up. And there was a shadow that was standing there. I didn't want to move. I was scared, stiff, wondering what it is. How is this actually in front of me? What is it gonna do? Shadow was in front of me about 5 seconds or so, and then disappeared.
I saw Randy standing there. He wasn't moving. He wasn't making any sound or talking or pointing anything out. He was just standing there, staring.
Okay, what's going on? What's going on?
By the time that my mom had gotten there, it had already vanished into thin air. I was no longer able to see it, and neither was anybody else.
When I finally got Randy's attention, he looked over at me and then he looked straight back up and he said, "I just saw somebody."
There was something right there.
There's nothing there. There's nothing here. Don't worry. Just come on.
We went and got the voice recorder and we thought, if there is somebody there that wants to talk.
Is there anyone here that wants to talk to us? Anyone? Anyone that wants to speak to us?
We just started asking me some questions out loud. Are you a male? Are you female? Are you an inmate? Are you a guard? Is there something you need to tell us?
Anyone here that wants to speak with us?
We played back what we had recorded, and we listened back to all of our questions. We heard a man's voice, loud and clear. What's happening?
What's happening?
You can clearly hear somebody in the background saying, "What's happening?"
What's happening?
sounded confused. He sounded scared. It was terrifying to hear a man's voice like that.
It makes you feel as if there's a lot that you don't know about that's going on in a building that you go into every day.
Despite their encounters, Sandy and Randy continued with their ghost tours.
We had begun doing a haunted house for a fundraiser in the jail. We invested money into, decorating the jail.
Before opening night, Sandy had a few last-minute preparations.
Before I started painting, I kind of said out loud, "Hey guys, I'm just in here, just gonna paint this, and I'm leaving."
Just gonna finish up painting. I won't be long and I'll be out of here.
But Sandy's attempts to appease the jail spirits was to no avail.
All of a sudden, I got that feeling that somebody was in my personal space. They were a little too close. I looked around and I didn't see anybody physically there. And then behind me, I had some metal chairs stacked up against the wall. One slammed down to the floor directly behind me. It wasn't like it had just slid down the wall. It was thrown to the floor with some force.
When an entity can physically move something, such as throwing an object, it is extremely powerful. It takes an exorbitant amount of energy for an entity to concentrate its energy and move something. They're trying to get your attention. They're trying to either warn you to be careful or warn you to get out. It's not always evil, but they are trying to get your attention.
I happened to kind of turn. There was a man just standing there.
Afraid of what might happen next, Sandy and her son Randy reached out for professional help.
Sandy called us in 2015 for us to come in here and search and see if there's paranormal activity that Sandy was stating that was happening in here. I brought my cousin Dan Marshall and my wife Brandy Rush. My wife is a medium. She can see the entities, helps us with our evidence. They talk to her.
When Brandon's team came in, we concentrated on areas that we felt the most energy. So there's a long tunnel in the jail, and it's actually just to connect the 1908 edition to the 1928 edition.
Upon entering into the tunnel, it's real dark, eerie, just real creepy feeling.
Brandy was getting a lot of strong feelings.
James. I'm feeling James. He's angry.
She mentioned the name James, and we knew the name James, and I was actually kind of surprised that she had picked up on that name so quickly. We had an inmate here, his name was James First Salmons, and he was Al Capone's right-hand man. He had got on a lot of hits for Capone. He was not a nice man in any way.
He came towards her very negative. You need to go, get out. I feel like there's spirits all around you. It felt like people touching you. I felt a cold hand grab my arm real tight.
You guys feel me?
And at that time, I turned around to ask my cousin, "Did you grab me?" He says, "No."
At that point, we had decided to investigate a different part of the jail, and we headed up the stairs to the 3rd floor where there's a federal cell block.
The 3rd floor housed the jail's worst criminals in the toughest conditions. Solitary confinement.
While we were there, we had our K2 meters on. With Brandy having sensitivities to energy, she again felt something that was more aggressive and maybe a little more negative than she was used to. My fear for Brandy was that she had made this connection with James, a hitman for Al Capone, when she had first came in. And because of her stature and that she's a little on the smaller side, I was afraid that James had targeted her.
When Jailhouse Museum tour guide Sandy Boyd was tormented by a ghostly apparition, she called in paranormal investigators. Now, they were being attacked by the spirits of previous prisoners.
He came towards her, breathing down her neck. My wife, I felt like somebody pinched her in the back. Started feeling kind of warm back there. Lift up her shirt. She had a scratch, but it was a weird kind of scratch. It was shaped like a cross. She felt it was James, said for us to leave.
And Brandon's wife wasn't the only one to experience disturbing paranormal activity.
My cousin Dan, he started feeling like he was real hot, sweaty, dizzy, felt like he was gonna throw up. I almost had to hold him because he was gonna fall down.
Dude, we gotta go. We gotta go.
The team may have been finished with the investigation, but the spirit was not finished with them.
When I started walking down the guard range on the 2nd floor, I walked up on a 6-foot shadow, but it darted around the other corner. My cousin Dan seen it running at him.
Dan,
He was really scared because it came running towards him and went right through his body. And that's when he started screaming, and I came running over there. And he says, "I feel real hot on my back. Something going on, you know?" I lift up his shirt. You see a bright scratch all the way down from his neck, halfway down his back.
Let's go. Come on.
Due to the violent attacks, Brandon put an end to the investigation.
Being my wife and my cousin being attacked on this investigation was very shocking. It was very scary for them being attacked because you don't know. You just don't know what you're getting into.
The attacks had a profound effect on Sandy. But rather than have the historical spirits removed, she switched up her approach.
We've changed the way that we interact with ghosts. We have a lot of pleases and thank yous.
We became more personable, a lot more courteous, thank you, please, treating them like they were actual people.
Thank you. Rest in peace.
Brandon and his team questioned us if they could help us, if there was anything that we would want them to do with us or for us. And, you know, we kind of made a decision at the time that it's not up to us to do something about it. Whatever is going on in this building has been going on long before we got here, and will probably go on long after we leave.
Home is supposed to be a haven, a safe place. But sometimes a house can hold such dark secrets that just living there becomes a matter of life and death.
Paranormal Survivor Season 4, interview with Lori Whiteside, take 1. Mark.
I was really attracted by the house because of how big it was. It was old. I was excited to get moved in. Thought it was going to be a good adventure. I was happy.
But Lori's opinion about her new home quickly began to change.
I started feeling like someone was watching me pretty much as soon as I moved in. It always felt like you were never alone, and no matter what room of that house you went to, you were just always being watched.
Soon, Lori's uneasiness became more than just a feeling.
I started hearing the unexplained noises right away. I could be sitting in the living room by myself, nobody else in the house with me, and I would start hearing thumps on the walls. And they weren't just light little taps. I mean, they would shake my pictures type thumps. A couple times when I'd hear the scraping in the walls, it almost sounded like nails on a chalkboard. They were very high-pitched. They would, you know, give you goosebumps. And they literally, every single door in that house slammed shut. It shook the whole house. Literally, the whole house shook, and it was loud, like deafening loud.
The troubling activity didn't stop there.
First time I seen a shadow that was kind of like a human shape, I was unpacking. I was starting to put all my knickknacks out. And I seen it out of the corner of my eye, and I looked, and it's like, okay, well, there's nothing there. But then it came back out around another corner to where it was right in front of me. I was terrified.
Lori Whiteside's historic home was not as perfect as she first thought. Paranormal activity kept escalating, signaling the presence of a dark entity.
It was right in front of me. I was terrified. The shadow was probably about 6 feet tall. And it kind of just stood there, and then it just walked away. And when it walked away, it like walked into a wall that went to nowhere.
Lori searched for an explanation for what was going on in her house.
When I moved in, the neighbors were kind of shocked that I was living there. And I'd asked them why, and they said, well, there was a suicide on this property. One of the previous owner's husband shot themselves.
Concerned the rumored suicide was behind the supernatural activity, Lori decided to look into the home's past.
The house was built in the early 1800s. And when it was built, it was originally built to be a funeral home. It was a funeral home for multiple years. I thought that maybe it's just one of the spirits from when it was a funeral home still there, because there was a lot of death in that house.
If a home used to be a funeral home, there is a very good chance that there is spirit still within the home. Spirit will attend their funeral, and sometimes they might just decide that this is where they wish to stay.
Finding everything out about the house made me feel really uneasy, because if I had known that it had been a funeral home before, I never would have moved in.
Knowing the house's history didn't stop the activity, however. In fact, things just escalated.
I had gone to bed, and I woke up because I had gotten really, really cold. And when I woke up, there was above me a solid black mass just hovering there. It was just there. There was no features. It was just a solid, you couldn't see through it, almost like a blanket, just black mass just hanging above me. It eventually just disappeared when I seen it after like a couple minutes. I was just like frozen in place. I did not fall back to sleep. I didn't sleep in my bed for a couple weeks.
That wasn't the end of Lori's troubles.
First time I found scratches on me was within the first 2 or 3 weeks that I moved in there. I'd feel something burning, and that's when I would look, and I'd have claw marks. 3 scratches from 7 to 8 inches long. I would find them on the sides, like where my ribs are, on my legs, thighs. I mean, just places that you don't just bump into and say, oh, okay, well, I must have bumped into something. No. Me getting scratched started becoming almost a daily or nightly thing. It didn't just happen at night, it happened during the day. I could be sitting there and look down, and you actually could see the scratches appearing. I started going into an extreme depression with the scratches. I was getting to the point where I didn't even want to be seen in public because I looked like someone was literally beating me up on a daily basis. I just couldn't handle it no more.
To help her, Lori called in paranormal investigators Eric McGill and Sean Gilmore.
She was at her wit's end. She had had so many experiences by this time. Sean is an empath, and Sean's initial impression was that he felt a presence, a very strong presence.
Sean stated that when he came in, he immediately felt like a weight was on his shoulders. The air was just thick and very, very, very oppressive.
For the investigation, we brought out about 6 to 8 static cameras.
They set up cameras everywhere. They had all kinds of equipment set up in places.
Eric and Sean decided to start at the heart of the activity, Lori's bedroom.
As I was watching the K2 meter go off and what seemed to be responding to us intelligently, it was pretty surprising. But all of a sudden, the K2 meter just stopped getting any readings. It just went to a 0 again. We walked back downstairs to check our cameras. And then we heard and felt a loud crash. I like to describe it similar to somebody dropped a bowling ball from about chest level. The floor bounced underneath of our feet.
The whole house just shook. The windows rattled, the whole 9 yards.
When Sean and I felt and heard the loud noise, we immediately started going towards the room where we thought that sound originated. Before I entered the threshold, I felt a strong static charge and a very cold chill. And I just froze.
Eric!
We found that our camera had been shut off all on its own. This kind of interaction was kind of like a wake-up call for us. It reminded us that we didn't introduce ourselves to the presence before we started the investigation.
Before beginning an investigation, it's really important to introduce yourself to the spirits in the home because you want to make sure that they are not intimidated by your presence and they can really be upset that you're there. So you want to make sure that you tell them that you're not there to hurt them and you certainly aren't there to provoke them.
We sincerely apologize for intruding on your space. We mean you no harm. Let's go back downstairs.
By the end of the investigation, I still hadn't reached any conclusions or anything like that. We were pretty much relying on going home, filing through all the footage, and seeing what we captured. But initially, my assumption was that there was just a strong presence there that wanted to communicate.
They explained to me that they had a lot of stuff they had to go through, and that it could be a few weeks before I hear anything. After the investigation, the activity did change, and it changed to the worse. One night when I was in bed, I woke up to being suffocated and choked by something that was not human. It was extremely solid black mass. It smelled like death. I really thought I was gonna die at that point.
Lori Whiteside had been the victim of terrifying paranormal activity in her home. But even after calling in experts to help out, the evil entity continued to attack her.
I was being physically assaulted by something that was not human. It was extremely solid black mass. It smelled like death. I remember trying to scream for help. Nothing would come out, nothing. It was choking me. I couldn't breathe. When I realized I wasn't able to even get out of its grasp, I was terrified. I really thought I was gonna die at that point. It ended when I seen a white light. It was like a flash of white light. I don't know where the white light came from, but once that white light just flashed, it just was gone. I don't know where it went, but it was gone. The attack made me feel violated. It made me feel filthy, disgusted. I took a shower and literally tried to scrub my skin off because I felt that dirty. After I got attacked like this is when I decided I could not live in this home any longer, and I packed up and I was out of the home within a week. I left. I left property behind that I refused to even go back and touch.
Even though the investigation results proved inconclusive, Lori finally found peace as she settled into a new home.
Since I've moved, I am safe.
I can't be 100% certain if the escalation in activity was a direct result of our investigation. When dealing with the paranormal, anything is possible because we're dealing with the unknown.
I believe if I had decided to stay there, it would have killed me. I strongly believe in my heart, whatever is there, it would have killed me. If I could forget that house ever existed, that would make me a happy person.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people
I knew this had to be a ghost.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time. When buried secrets rise up to terrify the living.
I was terrified.
That freaked me out.
That's an indication of suicide.
I mean, I thought, okay, this is it, I'm gonna die.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor from the Graveyard. Interview with Diana Stevens. Take 1. Marking.
The schoolhouse had been converted into a private residence when we moved in. The graveyard that's next to the house is a really old graveyard by American standards. I believe the original graves there were date back to about 1750. The cemetery is still active. People are being buried there regularly. We probably have a funeral once every couple of weeks. And there's one gravestone in particular that's pretty much in our front yard. When we moved into the house, Michaela was 4. It was within a couple of months of moving in that Michaela started to have problems with what she called people in her room.
I remember feeling people watching me when I was sleeping in my bed.
She felt that there was a crowd around her sometimes when she went to bed, looking at her. And she kept saying that she had to pull the covers up because she felt that she didn't want to be watched.
I was pretty scared because I didn't understand why people were standing around my bed looking at me.
Michaela's terrifying nighttime visitors became a regular occurrence.
I decided I wanted to have a tent on my bed, just something to cover my bed, just so I had something over me.
Eventually, she wanted to sleep under a small table in her room. I was beginning to feel that maybe there were things in the house that I wasn't aware of.
that she was seeing, and as a child was more open to than perhaps I was.
Children are often more attuned to the spiritual world because they're innocent. So they're innocent and they're more accustomed to absorption. They will absorb the energy rather than ignore it.
Kids are more attuned to the spiritual world because they literally see everything. We tend to be born with 6 senses. We rely on our 5, but the 6th sense is the one that as adults we tend to lose. Children have that from literally early on, and they can see everything, which makes them very vulnerable.
One night I was in my room in the middle of the night. Thunder woke me up. I saw a man standing in the corner of the room near me. He didn't do anything. He just stared into the other part of my bedroom. And I screamed. And when I had the courage, I booked it to my grandma's room.
I jumped up and ran down the stairs as fast as I could, and she was already in bed with my mother.
There's a monster!
And she said there was a man in my room. And I said, "You were dreaming." And she said, "No, I wasn't dreaming. I saw him, I was lying under my table, and I saw him standing by my door, and he was just looking off into the other part of the room."
I was terrified. Now my room wasn't my safe space anymore because people were watching me. There was a man in my room. I didn't want to sleep there anymore.
It was really tough being a mother to see that my daughter was that frightened.
The next morning, Diana asked Michaela to show her what had been scaring her so much during the night.
I drew 3 pictures of people that I had seen. I drew one of the man that I saw when I was sleeping under the table. I knew instantly that he was a pastor of some sort, so I drew him in a robe. And then the other one that I drew was the face in the tent.
The face pressing through the tent, which was frightening because the face it kind of has its mouth open as though to yell.
The third one that I did, it's a crowd of people standing around me.
It was terrifying too. The third picture was of the figures who stood around her bed.
Pictures that I drew are pretty freaky looking, especially of the people in the room standing around me, the crowd of people.
I was surprised at how specific and detailed these pictures were. That freaked me out. That scared me, because then I thought, okay, we have something really serious going on now. This is when I started to get frightened, because then I started to see what she was seeing, and it was no longer something nebulous or that maybe had happened in her imagination.
If a child has an experience and then draws what they see, because children do tend to take things at face value, these things that they draw are absolutely unembellished. They are what they see.
So a child will start to color what it's seeing, and if the photo or the picture, the drawing, is getting progressively worse and darker, that tells the parent that there's a problem that needs to be addressed.
As time wore on, Diana started to experience the paranormal activity for herself.
One day I came home from work, and I walked in the front door of my house, and my son was home from college on break, so I knew that he might be home.
Hi, I'm home.
And when I walked in the front door, there was a party going on. There was music, there were people talking, there was like the sound of glasses clinking. It was a party.
Hello?
And I thought it was coming from his bedroom.
Diana Stevens and her family had moved into a new home. But it didn't take long for spirits to make themselves known. After her daughter Michaela had been terrified by apparitions in her bedroom,
It's a monster!
Diana soon experienced the eerie disturbances for herself.
So I opened his bedroom door and there was no one there. The noise shut off and there was no one in the house. I felt as though I had walked into a dream when the noises suddenly just shut off, because I fully expected, totally 100% expected, that there were people in my house, my son and his friends, that were having a good time. And instead, there was no one here. That was the first time I really took a deep breath and said, wow, we have ghosts. It scared me. It really scared me because I had never had an experience like this.
The ghostly activity began to affect Diana's mom as well.
My mom said, I had a really horrible experience last night, and she said I was lying in bed and I suddenly felt someone climb into bed next to me. She felt the sheets move, she felt the pressure on the mattress. She thought at first that one of the kids had come in and sat down on the bed, and when she turned over, she saw an old woman lying next to her.
And she said, "Get out of my bed." And the woman was gone.
She felt it was someone who had come from the graveyard and didn't yet know that she had passed on.
My grandma said that they were probably just passing through and trying to find something to latch onto, and my grandma was not having that.
I was concerned about my mother because she doesn't get shaken up very easily, and this frightened her.
With all the strange occurrences in the home, Diana decided she needed professional help.
When I reached out to Mark, I wanted to, first of all, have him validate what we had been seeing and experiencing.
She was concerned for her family, obviously, not knowing exactly who was there. She wanted to find out why they were there and why so much activity was happening.
I said to myself, wow, this is going to be some interesting case. Look at all this energy. There was a tremendous amount of energy on this property. Even though it was a very old cemetery, there was a lot of activity, more than usual.
Historically, we found that spirits who stay earthbound try to cling on to what they had when they were alive. And the biggest thing, the closest thing to them is their body. So often they will linger in cemeteries. And in this case, it was quite a good possibility that some of the activity, at least, could have been caused by spirits roaming from the cemetery into their home. If Diana was right, there were souls that were trapped there. We wanted to make sure that they got out of there and transitioned properly to where they need to go. I sent Virginia and another investigator into the daughter's room. They started to notice these EMF spikes randomly happening.
EMF stands for electromagnetic field. And when a researcher is investigating a location, they will have EMF detectors. And when the detector spikes, essentially, it means that something is manifesting in the area.
I walked into the daughter's room, which was on the right-hand side, and as I was standing there, as clear as a bell, this reverend came in. The reverend, I felt, was watching over the grave sites, watching over his community. He felt responsible for all that lived in the area.
So when Michaela had seen that man in the robe, she felt frightened, but in fact, what Virginia said to us was that he was simply looking around, making sure everything was okay, and he had no intention of frightening Michaela.
The ghostly reverend was only the beginning.
One of our investigators had actually seen what he believed was a shadow figure walk down the hallway on the first floor. When he first saw it, he was a little bit startled. He wasn't expecting to see anybody back there. Virginia really quickly picked up on a spirit of a man she believed was named Henry. She felt Henry came from the cemetery.
I felt his grave was outside of the graveyard. That's an indication of suicide.
We had heard through people who have lived here for many years that the tombstone in our front yard was from a man who committed suicide.
Diana Stevens' new home was situated next to a graveyard, which proved to be a conduit for spirits. Not long after moving in, paranormal activity began to manifest in terrifying ways. Desperate, Diana called in experts to help. They soon made a chilling discovery.
The tombstone in our front yard was from a man who committed suicide.
Sometimes they don't bury them with the group. So I said, is he outside somewhere? Is his gravesite outside? And they said, yes, there's one stone. You couldn't see it. I said, this man harmed himself.
Virginia indicated to us that he was wandering and continuing to walk around the house to find a way to exit, to do something to move on. But he was afraid of moving on because he was afraid he would go to hell.
He didn't want to cross over because of his teachings, because of what he was taught, that if you take your own life, you're condemned.
It made me very sad to think that there was someone here who felt so trapped.
Even after you pass, certain things stick with you. And this is what kept him grounded to the earth. He couldn't move forward. It was like he was in quicksand.
Mark and his team had their work cut out for them in order to cleanse the spirits from the home.
So when we came up with our plan to resolve this haunting, one of the people we wanted to focus on was the man who committed suicide.
They determined that we had to cross over this one gentleman who was stuck in limbo because he committed suicide.
Virginia actually set up a portal by which anyone who wanted to go and whom she had invited to go to pass over could go through this portal.
A portal is exactly what it says. Portal comes from the French word porte, which means door. So what a portal is really a doorway to another dimension or another existence. Bringing that spirit into an energy source or the energy source, opening up a dimension whereby they can go through and be with their loved ones.
Virginia had told me that Henry had a lot of regrets about killing himself and was very embarrassed for doing so. And he became stuck in this area and didn't cross over.
When we crossed this young man over who committed suicide, his family came together. He went into the light and very humble. When I was doing the clearing, the Reverend said, "No, I stay here with my people and I will watch my town and take over it and oversee it and make sure everybody's fine." He was no threat. We started to do our work and we didn't realize this, but as though there was just one. We must have cleared over 20 people, not realizing because the energy was so intense from those grave sites. So it's like me walking through a fog.
Those people were still lingering around. So Virginia worked on trying to release a lot of those souls that were stuck behind here.
I think it's terrifying to know that you have a house full of people. If she could move any along and help them find peace, that was kind of my primary goal.
After we did the crossing, the house felt very joyful. I felt like everybody from the grave sites came and it was like a choir in my ear, like singing, and beautiful music was being played. It was just amazing.
I was told that the portal would only be open for a couple of days and then it would be closed. Anyone who wanted to go and whom she had invited to go to pass over could go through this portal. The next day, as I was walking down the hall, I saw a plant where she had set up this portal moving violently. The leaves were trembling and moving as though there was a strong gusty wind. And of course there wasn't. It was like there were people passing through the portal.
To this day, I still hear things. I hear people walking through the hallway. I hear people talking. It sounds like loud parties are going on sometimes.
I like to think that the people who were trapped here have found peace. I'd like to think that they are no longer in limbo, not knowing whether they can move on to an afterlife, being afraid. So that gives me a lot of joy and happiness knowing that they're not here anymore.
Paranormal entities can be forever entwined with sacred land. And if that land is ever desecrated, it may unleash pure evil, desperate for revenge.
Paranormal Survivor, Digging Up Demons, interview with John Collins, take one. Mark.
It was a beautiful house, one story, living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a full bath, nice house. And the outside, it was a fairly big yard, plenty of room for my daughter and our dogs to run and play.
John and his daughter Jenny loved their new home. Until one fateful day, a year later.
I was in the garage, it was late in the evening, and I noticed that the lights inside the garage started flickering on and off. I first thought it was electrical short. We had recently put up a fence to keep the dogs in the yard, and I thought one of the fence posts had went into the ground and hit the wire.
After checking the bulb and the electrical panel, John thought he had found the problem, a corroded underground wire.
Dug up the yard, I was looking for that wire. And I just dug in the area where I thought the wire was at. I dug approximately 2 to 3 inches before I hit what I thought was just a rock. Either a rock or part of the old foundation. I worked it, and it finally came loose. And I looked down at it, and I was like, what the heck is this thing? And I seen the date of 1880 written on it. Oh my God, that's a headstone. I don't know, a small nameplate. It had Lucy written on it backwards. And that made me think, are we on a cemetery? When the former mayor of Wellsburg told us that there was a cemetery and back in the 1800s, when Wellsburg was called Lasersville. And I think it's creepy and disrespectful because them graves should have been moved to a local cemetery, not left here. About 2 nights after I found the headstone, I was in my bedroom. It was probably about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I heard footsteps out in the living room, kitchen area. It was like somebody had heavy boots on. Just boom, boom, boom. The bedroom door opened. And I was waiting for somebody to come walking in, like my mother or my daughter. But instead, I saw a blue, glowing ball of light. And it came in. It was really scary, because I didn't know what it was. There was just no explanation. It was bad. I just had this dread feeling. It scared the crap out of me.
John Collins had found what he thought was a perfect home. But after moving in, he made a disturbing discovery, and it didn't take long for paranormal entities to make themselves known.
I saw a blue, glowing ball of light. And it came in. I didn't know what it was. There was just no explanation. It scared the crap out of me. And it just like that. And it just was gone. I rubbed my eyes. I was like, okay, am I seeing things? Am I just really tired? I tried to come up with an explanation as to what I saw.
After John's chilling discovery, very strange things started to occur.
I wasn't here. My mom, I believe, was like doing the laundry or in the bathroom. There was a knock at the front door. Mom went to the front door, opened it, walked out. There was nobody. She said as she came back into the house, knock, 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 back door. She thought it was me. She was like, well, maybe I had been at the front door and she didn't get there in time, so I went to the back. 3 knocks is supposed to be the mocking of the Trinity.
Some people might hear what they refer to as the 3 knocks of the Trinity. Basically what it is, it's a mocking of faith, the Trinity being the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Normally when that happens, it is a manifestation of some kind of malevolent or perhaps demonic entity.
Soon, even John's daughter Jenny was affected by the paranormal.
When Jenny was around 10 years old, she was in my bedroom watching TV, and my mother had to go to the restroom. After my mother left, my daughter said that she saw a bald-headed old man wearing an old-fashioned suit walk along the bed, and he stopped at the foot of the bed. He turned and he looked at her like he acknowledged she was there. She was frightened. She has asthma, and she had an asthma attack. She was shaking real bad, just shaking and crying real bad. And then she said she couldn't breathe.
Here, try this. Here. Try it again.
Well, she has an asthma inhaler, but it did no good. And that's why we had to call the ambulance.
Sometimes people can experience severe physical reactions, like an asthma attack, when they see a manifestation of spirit, because it can affect their nervous system, which can, of course, make them ill, or because the atmosphere is very changed when an apparition takes place, that can make them ill.
After the incident with the bald-headed man, my daughter claims that she heard voices talking inside the house. I heard noises like bangs, scratching sounds. She told me she was really scared. She told me that she didn't want to be here no more. So I had to contact her mother, and I mean, it broke my heart that, I had to do that. But, that's what I did. I didn't want her to go, but she couldn't stay here. I was afraid for, I was afraid what's here could possibly hurt her. I felt helpless because I'm her dad. I'm supposed to protect her, and how am I supposed to protect her against something that I can't see?
Heartbroken over his daughter leaving, John had no idea he would soon become a victim himself.
I was laying there in my bed, and then I saw something right in front of me. over towards the wall, saw something black. It was big. It was tall. It was probably about 7 feet tall. Yeah, I closed my eyes and I covered my head up. And the next thing I know, I felt somebody sit on the foot of my bed. As soon as I felt it set down, I was just like, God, please help me. And then I felt something ice cold, hands. They grabbed my ankles. And it pulled me. I mean, I thought, okay, this is it, I'm gonna die.
Ever since moving into his new home, John Collins had been experiencing paranormal activity. A ghost had nearly scared his daughter to death. And John was to find out this was only the beginning as he came face to face with the paranormal evil.
I mean, it pulled me like halfway out of the bed. I started hollering, you know, in the name of Jesus and, you know, God help me, you know, stuff like that. I mean, I thought, okay, this is it, I'm gonna die. I put the light on. It let go. There was nothing there.
A shaken and terrified John would soon find out the spirit had left its mark.
Noticed I had scratches on me. I'm like, how did I get this on me? You know, it would be on my arms, I would have scratches on my back, and it was like a claw mark. The attacks was taking place, it was draining my energy. It was making me sick, didn't want to eat, it was making me depressed, made me isolate. I believe I was being attacked because I disturbed the grave.
Desecrating sacred ground can be dangerous because sacred ground has an energetic area of protection around it. So by digging it up, you're invading that space and you may anger anything that's attached to it.
It had escalated to the point where I felt that my life was in danger. That's probably, I think that's whenever I decided to contact Carlo.
You're dealing with desecrated land. Anytime you move a cemetery, you're gonna have a lot of activity bottled up on that land.
Hello, come on in. Carlo.
The moment we arrived at John's home, my first impression was negativity. There was this negative feeling in the air. And when John first told me about his experiences, that's all signs of a hostile spirit or possibly a demonic spirit. With a demonic, I'll also bring somebody of cloth, say a pastor or a priest with me. You know, I knew going into this case that we were going to be in the spiritual warfare. At the same time, I did ask the pastor how he was feeling. He did warn us, just to watch ourselves. If we feel anything or any type of energy come around us too close, to let him know. The atmosphere did change a lot more when we were in the basement. When we got the tour of the basement, that's where the feelings really got strong. You got this weird feeling like someone was there. We started off doing an EVP session, what we normally do on investigation. EVP stands for electronic voice phenomena. And John had mentioned that he found like a little plate or something like that said Lucy on it. And then all of a sudden, we started talking about Lucy. And as soon as we started mentioning that, we had some devices on the floor, they lit up. All of a sudden, I heard this scuffle, like someone was shuffling their feet. I looked to my right, and I see this dark mass. I mean, it was darker than dark. It's like right beside me, within 4 or 5 feet, it's right there. I didn't know if it was gonna come towards me. Human-like figure with no facial features, no details, just a human-like figure. And then it shoots over towards the pastor. You hear this loud bang.
John Collins had been experiencing terrifying paranormal activity in his home ever since he dug up a gravestone in his backyard. With a foul spirit unleashed, John was forced to call in paranormal experts to help him rid the home of the evil presence.
See this dark mass, and then it shoots over towards the pastor. And as soon as it hits the pastor, you hear this loud bang. The moment the entity made contact with the pastor, it like exploded. I mean, it was like the weirdest thing I've ever seen. You just saw black smoke like explode. And then you heard the loud bang. And I just happened to be holding a thermal imaging camera, and I went back and reviewed it. As I'm playing it back, I caught like one of the most amazing pieces of evidence. It was approaching the pastor. You're looking at good versus evil. It knew that he's possibly the one that's gonna get rid of him. So that's why he was going after him. And you could see this arm, it goes into him and gives him an uppercut. And as soon as it did that, that's when you heard that loud bang. It's almost like it was trying to fight him and it couldn't defeat him and it dissipated. Never seen nothing like that. I mean, I've done 400 cases. I've never seen anything like that before.
Saw the video of the arm going through the priest, and my opinion, it was trying to stop him. It was trying to stop him. Because it knew that that priest was trying to get rid of him.
But once we seen that, we knew we had to take action and start doing that cleansing and blessing.
All holy saints of God, intercede for us. All holy saints of God.
The way the pastor blessed the house was he went room to room. He read from the Bible.
All holy saints of God, intercede for us.
You should never try to combat a demonic spirit on your own. People tend to lean on their faith, wherever that may be. Bringing in a priest, for example, is probably the smart thing to do because you're trained. They have priests who are trained to deal with demonic entities. A priest believes in what he's reading. There's the power behind the words, and it empowers everybody in the room. All that positive energy, along with reciting those words of power, can usually push a negative energy out of the space.
He started in the basement and worked his way up to push the entity out.
Spare us, O Lord. O holy saints of God, graciously hear us, O Lord. Be merciful.
Started feeling a little bit of anxiety, and that's telling him that there's something trying to fight him.
Me and my dad was at the back door, watching inside the house.
I hope it'll save my family.
As he approached the back door, and he was doing his blessing, whatever.
O holy saints of God, intercede for us. Be merciful.
I opened up the door because they were getting ready to come out. And as I opened the door and he was doing the blessing, whatever, me and my dad both felt a gust of wind and went right out the door. It passed right through us and went out the door. Whenever we came back in the house, whenever he was done, the heaviness that we felt was gone. It felt like the house was back.
After we did the cleansing blessing, we did not believe John was in any more danger. We felt confident that we did get rid of that spirit or that demonic.
To protect myself, they told me to say prayers, go to church, change anything negative in my life, go positive.
I did mention to John that he may have other spirits show up just because of the land. You know, there was a cemetery here at one time. It's desecrated land. So, you know, once you remove that, they may be spirits still attached to that land. So he may start witnessing other things.
I felt that, you know, it was gone. You can breathe again. You know, that heaviness was gone. It was lifted.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people.
I knew this had to be a ghost.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
He was trying to cut me all over. I was just terrified to be 8 to 9 inches above the bed.
When ghosts attack children.
I was completely sick to my stomach.
It's beyond terrified. It was torture.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Evelyn's Evil House. Take 1. Mark.
My 3 boys, Travis, William, and Jeremy, and myself, moved into the home. It was an old farmhouse and very open fields. And during the springtime, it was cornfields, things like that. Very old country scene. On the first day that we saw the house, we met the realtor there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Do you guys want to go take a look inside? Oh, yeah.
She opened up the door and let us go in. And I asked her, I said, "Are you coming?" And the first thing she said to us was, "I'm not going in there. That house gives me the creeps."
Me and my brothers, I knew we all loved how the house was, but that's before we found out about the things within.
The house had been empty for 9 months. The last set of people who actually lived in the house disappeared after 3 months. The realtor didn't speak very much of the people who had previously been there, just that they were there for 3 months and had disappeared and hadn't come back. Once we got inside the house and was able to walk around and go room to room, you could feel like a heaviness. Like breathing heavy in the house.
Evelyn had misgivings, but the size and location of the house were perfect. So she decided to take it, and she and the boys moved in.
After seeing the house the first time and being able to move in, my opinion was still really exciting. We were glad to be there.
Mom, do you think I love it here? We have to do it.
At first, it seemed like you'd get the feeling that you're being watched.
You jerk.
Like you'd have to always be cautious about where you are.
Boys?
We'll finish this later.
Yeah, we will.
The very first night in the house, I can remember laying in my bed and the rooms were pitch dark and there was a vent on the floor beside it. You could hear music like from 1930s to 1940s coming from a phonograph. It was almost as if you could picture somebody at a ball. And I could hear it plain as day. There were no lyrics. There were nobody saying anything. It was just instrumental, and all you could hear was the sound of it. When I realized it was coming through the vent from the floor, I got extremely scared. I yelled at my boys to stop playing that music.
Hearing the music at night would creep me out because my room would be pitch dark, no light or nothing in there at night. I thought it was coming from the vents or downstairs in the rooms. I wouldn't be able to say what was causing the music because I knew we didn't own any sort of old music players or anything like that.
I'm coming up.
I got out of bed and actually went upstairs. And there was nobody there, and William was asleep in his room. I was sick to my stomach and a little bit nervous. Shortly after that, the music faded away. I was scared, very, very scared.
Strange music wasn't the only eerie thing about the house.
Probably be around 12 or 1 in the morning. I was trying to sleep, and I heard the sound of the ball bouncing down the stairs. It was really loud. It literally sounded like the ball bouncing literally sounded like a bouncy ball hitting the wall over and over.
I could hear the bouncing of like a rubber ball, and you could literally hear it hitting the floor. The next day, I had actually asked the boys if they had heard anything, and my son Jeremy actually looked at me and said, "Are you talking about the little girl?" And that's when I was like, "What little girl?"
My brother Jeremy told me about this little girl that he saw. The little girl with black hair and like wore a white dress and would always be in his doorway, just watching him sleep.
We had actually bought a small rubber ball and put it in the hallway because we wanted to do like our own experiment to see if the bouncing ball we would hear at night would actually move. We would put the ball at one end of the hallway and see what happened to it throughout the night. And as soon as we did that, it was almost like an open door that, hey, she was being allowed to play. The ball literally would roll down the hallway by itself. Children's spirits are innocent like children in life. Child spirits will want to engage with people. They want to engage with other children, and they're going to want to play with the objects. So if children have toys at home, they're going to want to play with them just as if they were alive. I felt bad for the little girl. I just felt like she was lonely, like she needed someone to know that she was there. I don't think possibly she was old enough to understand that she no longer
lived.
The ball wasn't the only plaything for the spirit of the little girl.
I absolutely loved antiques, and I inherited an antique baby carriage.
And it would start rolling across the carpet. As soon as I saw the carriage move, it made me freak out a little bit. And I kind of threw something at the carriage to make it knock over.
I felt that if this little girl was upstairs laughing and playing, she had to be laughing and playing with somebody. I instantly had a gut feeling that there was more than one person there.
A few nights later, Evelyn's fears would prove to be well-founded.
I remember laying there in bed and, of course, pulling the blankets up over my head because I was a little scared and I couldn't understand why. I mean, I had a real shaky feeling. And when I looked up, even in a dark room, you could see nothing but a big black figure.
Evelyn Martin and her 3 sons found what they thought was the perfect home. But not long after moving in, they began to experience strange paranormal activity. Soon, it escalated into pure terror.
When I looked up, even in a dark room, you could see nothing but a big black figure. I was completely sick to my stomach. I was nervous, and I remember I pulled the blankets up over my head and said, just go away. I wasn't sure what it was when I looked at it. I sat up and I screamed.
Evelyn wasn't the only one in the family to come face to face with the negative spirit.
One night in particular, Travis had been asleep. I could hear him yelling, "Get off of me, get off of me."
Get off me. Oh.
Gosh, I'll never forget that. I went running up the steps and I was like, "Travis, what's wrong, what's wrong?" And he sat up off of his bed and he was just pale. I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "My chest is killing me." He said, "I couldn't move. I tried to get off the bed." He said, "And I was stuck." I knew that I needed to get help, that I needed somebody to tell me what was going on.
Evelyn called in paranormal investigator John Hines and his team.
Hi.
When Evelyn and I first spoke, at that time, we were talking about the activity that she was having. It had her upset, especially because it was involving her boys. So, we set up a time to bring the team out. When we did the research on Evelyn's home, what we did find out was that there had been a house fire. There's a pretty good possibility that whatever's going on here probably stems from something that happened at that fire.
A traumatic event, such as a house fire, can cause a haunting because there's a huge expulsion of energy at that time, which creates almost a ripple effect, and that can cause entities to be sucked in or become attached to the location.
It felt like it was 100 degrees in there. And you just felt like the walls were pushing in on you. It was almost like the feeling that you're sitting in the middle of 100 people just trying to stare you out of the house. Using a K2, we were able to find an area of energy that seemed to be about the size of a human child, maybe about 4 feet tall, and roughly about the dimensions that a child would be.
You could walk room to room, and then you could almost tell that, hey, there's somebody here.
Evelyn had an antique baby carriage. And wouldn't you know it, we got down to the bottom of the steps and this thing had moved maybe 3 or 4 feet from where it had been originally.
The carriage only went like a few feet at a time. It's not like it would go all over the place. It would move as if somebody nudged it, and it would roll. I didn't even have an explanation for it. The only thing I could think of was that the little girl that wanted to play ball was playing with the carriage.
And a moment later, we heard a commotion upstairs. We got in there and immediately picked this thing up again. The interesting thing is while we were in there, our EMF meter started going crazy. So we tried an EVP session in that room.
Can you see the needle on the IR?
What we were getting was a fast oscillating screech from it.
Let's check it out. Is that okay?
It was burying the needle and just this loud, almost warble. It was almost like a police siren going off. Something we had never, ever heard come from an EMF meter.
Just one more room and then we'll pack up and we'll go home.
It was a really active night. And while we were doing that, we actually got an EVP, a really good EVP, of what sounds like a little girl saying, "What do you want?"
When John told us that there was a little girl in the house, that's when I realized, like, maybe it is the same little girl that my brother was seeing in the rooms. And that just really frightened me, because out of all the rooms, mine was most likely to be the little girl's room.
Concerned with the level of paranormal activity, John decided to push the investigation a step further.
We were all gathered in the living room during the investigation, and John had placed a flashlight on my coffee table. He had said, you know, we know that you're here, and can you turn the flashlight on?
Wow! Nice job! That's all going on!
We had asked several questions. One of them was a question we restated a couple times, asking whether whatever was there meant any kind of harm to Evelyn and the boys. And it did give us an affirmative, which meant that, you know, it turned the flashlight on. And then when we asked it if it would turn the light off, it did turn the light off, and it did that twice.
Whatever it is right here in this corner. If I move up,
Our psychic was able to verify that, you know, she was picking up on 2 entities. One that she did feel was a child. The other one she felt was something more dangerous. She felt that it was a male of some kind.
The scary one that was there, whomever it was or whatever it was, it wasn't good.
Evelyn Martin and her sons were being terrorized by spirits in their home. After calling in paranormal experts to help, they made a frightening discovery.
I believe it had a potential to become a danger. I think it was escalating.
John felt it was necessary to have the house cleansed, to make sure that there was nothing evil, nothing bad, nothing else that would be harmful to myself and my sons.
It is so, so important to cleanse your space when you find out there's something evil or demonic in your space, because you want to gain it back. You want your property. And the longer that you leave this, the more detrimental it's going to be to your health or your family.
Our psychic medium handles it. She will walk through a home with a Bible. She will burn some sage as she's walking through the home, and will read some scripture from the Bible, along with asserting the fact that, you know, anything here that should not be here, this activity, whatever's going on, needs to stop and you need to go.
Following the cleanse, the negative energy was successfully banished from the home.
Mom, can you hurry up?
But some spirits still remained.
After the cleansing was done, we followed up with Evelyn. I can't say that things had completely stopped, but she sounded a lot happier, a lot more positive.
Kind of feel like the vibe changed to where I didn't have to be scared to be in my own house anymore. It just felt like I could honestly just relax without being cautious all the time.
After this was done, it was completely different. Wasn't afraid to be at home by myself. I wasn't afraid to sleep with my door open. The boys were like back to normal. They weren't on edge or upset about anything or not sleeping at night. After that happened, it was almost as if whatever was bad there knew it had to go, and it was gone.
Being haunted by a paranormal entity can be a traumatic experience. But when it's a young child being attacked by an evil spirit, the consequences are truly horrifying.
Paranormal Survivor, interview with Crystal Martin. Take one. Marking.
The house that I grew up in had a large front yard and a large backyard. It was 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, full basement, full-size house. And I had a lot of really strange things that happened to me there.
For Crystal and her sister Carrie, the paranormal experiences began at an early age.
Around 4 years old, I started to feel fear and terror in that house. It was from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed in the house, fear. I heard lots of banging noises, and they were like bang, bang, little light, and then bang, bang, and then like bang, bang, like shaking my closet doors.
The unexplained noises soon escalated into something far more terrifying.
I woke up and I rolled over, and in my hallway there was a man in a brown suit. He had dark hair, dark features. Looking in his eyes, there was nothing there. It was just empty. My impression of the man was that he was evil. And he smiled, and he turned around toward my sister's room and disappeared. The only other person that saw that man in the house would be my sister. And she said he went to attack her. He looked like somebody that you would not trust on the street. He looked like somebody that had been in jail multiple times and would prey on kids or whoever.
Malevolent things are attracted to the innocence of children. And children, they're easy targets. They're easy to fool. They're easy to get an invitation from. And once the invitation has been made, you have a problem.
I woke up and I went in the room, and that was it. He was gone.
For the next few years, Crystal kept experiencing the nighttime apparitions.
The man would appear to me almost every night. He would do things like just be in different places of the room, smiling at me and laughing with like one of those really deep laughs. To lock eyes with him was torture, because there was nothing there. It was just a big void. When I seen him, I couldn't do anything. I was frozen in fear. I could not speak. I tried, and nothing came out. I was just so terrified that I shut down. It's like paralyzing fear.
Go away.
It didn't take long for the attacks to become more violent.
He had a knife, and he was trying to cut me all over. And I thought I was literally having parts of my body taken off. There was cuts that I actually did have on my leg, and they were all in a line, and it was just like boom, 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 boom. Just cuts like that. To see the physical evidence, there's no words. It's beyond terrified. It was torture, really.
A spirit can cause physical injuries like deep cuts if they are strong. If they're that angry, if they're that evil, they're going to cause physical harm.
This was an extremely scary incident for me. I felt that I was in serious danger, like that I was going to be killed.
Soon, even the daylight hours ceased to be safe.
When I first walked downstairs in the morning, I would see rotted skeletons hanging from the ceiling.
Nine-year-old Crystal Martin was being terrorized by an evil and violent entity. But Crystal's suffering would only get worse as the horror intensified.
When I first walked downstairs in the morning, I would see rotted skeletons hanging from the ceiling. They were hanging from the ceiling by the ropes around their neck. The skeletons looked like people that had either been killed or died, like they were decomposing. They just looked insane. They looked, wow. They looked evil, very, very evil. They were terrifying to me because I was awake. It was just horrible. I think there was a connection between the man in the brown suit and the skeletons.
The horrifying apparitions were pushing Crystal to her breaking point.
One night I woke up and that man in the brown suit was there once again. And I asked him straight out,
"What do you want from me?"
He looked at me and he laughed and he turned and wrote "kill" in capital letters in red on my bedroom wall. He was writing with just his finger and it was red. The words were red, so I assumed it was blood. When he was finished writing that on the wall, he had this really weird, eerie smile on his face. And he literally dropped. Boom, gone. I thought he was under my bed. I started crying and yelling for help.
Crystal!
My babysitter came up and she just said, you're just having a dream. Go back to sleep. She didn't believe me. To know my babysitter didn't believe me, it made me feel just horrible inside, and it made me feel like I couldn't trust her or go to her. So I quickly rolled back in my bed facing the wall with my blankets over my head, and I just was like holding them really, really tight. And that's the way I stayed till morning. I didn't move. I didn't roll over, nothing. I didn't even go back to sleep. After that, I felt like I was being watched.
The constant fear and terror took a toll on Crystal.
Physically, I got sick. I'd throw up. I had night terrors. Mentally, it was depression, and I got a serious anxiety disorder, which I'm still on medication for.
It's very dangerous when an entity victimizes a child because a child is innocent and they can't fight back. They may believe everything the entity tells them. And it's very difficult for a child to recover from that. It becomes very emotionally and mentally traumatizing.
Fearing the male spirit was bad enough, but soon a new and terrifying entity also began to appear in the house.
My sister told me that she had seen a little girl in white crawling across her floor. And then she stood up with an axe. And my sister tried to cover herself and yelled, and then she disappeared.
But this time, Crystal and her sister weren't the only ones to encounter the spirit.
My babysitter, she was sleeping on the couch, and she was awoken just by fear. She woke up and she saw this little girl. She was dressed in overalls with a pink shirt underneath. The little girl had blonde hair, blue eyes, and she was really, really, really sad looking. The little girl looked at her, and she led her into the basement. And then she turned around, and she just looked really, really, really sad. And then she was gone.
And things would only get worse for Crystal's babysitter.
She could hear dragging noises. She said it sounded like my toy chest was being dragged across the floor, so she thought I was up and moving things around. My babysitter thought she was being lured into the basement for something evil. She just had a sense of fear and dread of the basement, I think. When she went up to check on things to see what was going on, she found my sister in her bed sleeping and me in my bed sleeping in our rooms. When she turned, she got knocked to the ground.
9-year-old Crystal Martin and her 13-year-old sister were victimized by evil entities in their home. Soon, even their babysitter fell victim to the violence.
And it knocked her out. After she was knocked unconscious, she got up. She didn't know what was going on, so it was dark. It's like paralyzing fear.
Carrie! Carrie! Wake up, Crystal!
So she woke us up, took us with her to the hospital. and she ended up with a concussion.
I can't stay here anymore.
The incident changed my babysitter's thinking about what was going on because she had been knocked unconscious, so she knew that there was something there that was not good. At that point, she did think that something evil was inside the house.
The babysitter finally believed her, but it proved to be of little comfort for Crystal.
I wanted to move out so badly because just all the evil things that were happening, the injuries, just the fear that I had gone through, I couldn't take it anymore.
When Crystal turned 18, she decided to move out of the house.
What got me through the final years in that house was definitely my sister, Carrie. I wouldn't have made it without her. So when I was 18, I got my stuff, moved out. Then the rest of my family ended up moving about a year later. The scariest part of the terrors for me were just how evil they were. It definitely made me believe 100% into paranormal, from ghosts to demons to the fact that they really can hurt you. Those that say that they can't are lying.
Spirits can accidentally be summoned into the physical world. And sometimes those entities are pure evil, with their only intent being to harm the living.
Paranormal Survivor, Season 4, Episode 1, Gay's Grueling Ghost.
It was an old farm. We are farmers. It sat in the middle of 200 acres. It was very isolated. One day, when I was about 12.
Gay! What? Gay, come play with me. Gay, come here. What do you want? Come play with me.
My sister, Gail, brought home a spirit board. And I thought, it's not a good idea. I don't like them.
You ready?
And I could feel an odd energy that went through me when I touched it. I thought, that's just kind of an odd feeling.
I don't really want to do this. Come on. Okay, are you ready? Are there any ghosts in here?
We were kind of asking it questions like, well, what's gonna happen next? Who's gonna die next?
Who's gonna die next?
And I thought, how come it's not answering?
How did you do that? I didn't do that.
There just went to goodbye.
Take it. I don't want it.
And she was just, I don't want to play with it anymore. And I thought, well, okay. And I had placed it on a dresser in my room.
The girls were finished with the spirit board, but the spirit board wasn't finished with them.
The next day, the planchette started moving on its own. And I walked over and it stopped. Just bam, no sliding, no nothing, just stopped dead in the board and didn't move. And I thought, well, why is it stopping? Put my hands on it and I asked it a question.
What do you want from me?
and it sat there, and it did not move. It just got shaky. It starts spelling out this odd sentence. I, you, kill. It's threatening me.
Evil spirits can often lie in wait and wait to be invited into a home through a spirit board or other form of divination. And once they're there, they can then become stronger.
Soon, the activity in the house wasn't just confined to the spirit board.
My sister Gail had woken up.
Gay! 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 It hurts!
All she said was, "Get up, my back hurts. Can you see what I did to it?"
It hurts!
And she had these 3 long scratches. Like something tried to grab your skin.
What?
I did connect her scratches to the spirit board. I thought it had done this, that it was angry at her, that she wasn't talking to it, or we were basically ignoring it. And it was willing to show her, I can do this. What are you going to do about it?
Terrified by the attack, Gay's sister decided to take drastic action.
She decided that she would burn the spirit board. And when it was gone, the house was a lot lighter. Much easier to breathe when you walked in.
Their relief did not last long.
I was cleaning up the last of the dishes. I was alone in the house that day, and this cup went flying right past me. I didn't see anyone that could have thrown it, and I remember thinking, oh, somebody whipped that at me. Bounced to the floor, and I thought, oh, it's gonna be in pieces. And I picked it up, and I was looking at it. It should have cracks and everything, and didn't have anything on it. It was fine, and I thought, but it hit the wall so hard, it should be like in pieces. I thought that was downright strange.
And the eerie activity would only escalate into pure terror.
I had been sound asleep, deepest sleep I had ever had. And I remember trying to turn over, and I realized I was floating, and it felt like arms were holding me up. I was just terrified to be 8 to 9 inches above the bed. I was trying to, and I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't make any noise at all when I was floating. I could not yell. It was that sensation of somebody else has control of this, and I don't know who they are. I don't know why this is going on. And I was just suddenly dropped onto the bed. So I looked around.
"13-year-old Gay Calhoun and her 15-year-old sister had accidentally summoned a violent entity to their home, and now that spirit was intent on harming Gay.
There was this really dark shadow.
You can't be here! You can't be here!
And it had this odd greenness around it. And it would back up, and then it would slowly try to sneak back over towards me.
You can't be here! You can't be here!
And it was saying some odd things like, I was invited. I was asked. You owe me.
You owe me.
The only goal that a demonic spirit has is to wreak havoc on your life and ultimately just take your soul.
I went to my sister and I need help.
Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us against the battle.
And she started praying. There was a thunderstorm. One of these flashes of lightning came into the room. It was like on fire. It was so bright. The dark shadow backed up, and then it started fighting it. The spirit hit the dark shadow. It was gone. It was good and gone. It did not come back. The other spirit stepped sideways and disappeared. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't something you dreamed up. This you actually saw.
Fearing for their safety, the family called in a priest to cleanse the home.
And he did the living room, he did the bathroom, all the rooms in the house. He did them all. And he just kind of stopped. And he walked out rather quickly and he left sage to burn and said, use them. Believe me, use them. And when we did our own saging, all the activity stopped. It was quiet. There were no voices, there was no shadows, there was nothing moving. I believe that the paranormal activity was connected to our use of the spirit board. I think that that kind of opened everything up to something else that wasn't there before. If I'd known that it was actually going to cause what happened, or at least open a doorway that allowed something that wasn't part of our house in, I don't think I would have touched it. And I've had people try to coax me into doing it, and I'm just no, I don't want to.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people
I knew this had to be a ghost.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
Not everything has good intentions. What is happening?
When demons haunt the living.
This was going to escalate badly.
I thought I was gonna die.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Laura Lee's Demons, interview with Laura Lee.
Dell and I started dating in 2008. Dell moved into the house shortly after that. We tried to have a normal, happy life. And yeah, things were great. Life was pretty good.
Moved in, the house was normal. There's nothing strange about it at all at that time.
But it didn't take long for that feeling of bliss to quickly disappear.
I didn't usually remember my dreams, but this particular dream, I remember like I had it last night. In vivid, vivid detail. I've never had a dream like this that it seemed so real. I found myself outside. There's a tree in my front yard. There was a man in the front tree. He was very evil. It was his skin. It was this white, sickly, glowing skin. And as I looked into his eyes, he spoke to me. He called me by name and said, "Hello, Laura Lee.
Who are you?
I can give you anything you want. Wealth, fame, you name it. All you have to do is agree to follow me."
No, I don't want anything.
I remember telling him, "Get out of here now." And he said, "Oh, no, 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 I'm not going away that quickly." He then proceeded to tell me he was a demon. Whenever you see a crow or a raven, you're gonna know it's me. And I screamed at him. There was a flash. I woke up shaking, crying, and in a complete sweat. I've never forgotten this dream.
She said something talked to her in her dream and mentioned there'd be signs that would show up.
I was absolutely terrified. I couldn't understand why I would have a dream like this.
When we sleep, our subconscious is completely wide open. It's the perfect time for something supernatural to come in and make contact. It's easy for them to manipulate you. If a demon comes to you in your dream, essentially it is trying to infiltrate your life. Once they root themselves, it becomes harder and harder to get rid of them.
It wasn't long before Laura Lee's disturbing nightmare started to become a chilling reality.
Right after the dream, I started to notice ravens. They seemed to always be in that tree where the dream was that I had. They were showing up every day.
They'll just come in and it'll be like a murder of crows. Just whole whack of them, just right there.
Crows and ravens are messengers between our world and the world of the dead. If you have evil in your surroundings, you're going to see them.
In certain religions, crows or ravens are known as bad omens. We associate them with the demonic.
Laura Lee's dream was terrifying and a harbinger of the evil to come.
Shortly after the dream, I did do some research to find out, is there any truth to this dream? Does something like this actually exist? And found out a little bit more about this entity. There was a symbol with this particular entity. He could be represented by a crow or a raven. I was taking some food out of the oven. As I was pulling it out, the oven door was completely down. And all of a sudden, it sprang up onto my arm and burnt me. 12 hours later, it turned black, almost like a brand. But the creepy part about this mark is the outline of my burn completely matched this entity's symbol. When all of this started increasing in frequency for me, it completely affirmed that the information I'd been given in that dream was now starting to happen to us in real life.
The attack was just the beginning of the terrifying activity in Laura Lee's home.
You hear weird noises in the house all over the place. All of a sudden, we heard this smash. And we're like, what the hell was that?
There's a curio cabinet that hung on the wall.
Somehow this had lifted up off these hooks. It flew 12 feet over into the living room.
No, what is happening?
It had all my treasures from when I was a little girl, from birthdays, little crystal animals, things from my grandmothers that are now deceased. The demon didn't just want to physically hurt me. It's going after me emotionally now, too.
Laura Lee believed the demon from her dream was responsible. Then it turned its attention to Dell.
I became very worried that it wants to make us aware that it's here. All of a sudden, boom, I get hit.
Laura Lee Potvin had been visited by a demonic entity in a nightmare. And ever since, Laura Lee and her partner Dell had fallen victims to strange paranormal activity, which had escalated into violence.
All of a sudden, and I got smashed right in the shoulder. It was like actually pretty significant. And I turned around and there was nobody there. There's something that is not physically natural happening in the house that I can't explain. All of a sudden, boom, I get hit. It hit me in the center of the chest, and I went flying, ended up in the cabinets. And I was stunned, like I just got body checked. I thought I got electrocuted or something. Checked out the fridge. Is there an electrical short? Because I didn't want anybody else to get electrocuted. Nothing. I can't explain that part at all.
When Dell got thrown, that was terrifying. It has that much power to throw a fully grown man. What else is going to happen? That's when we started to really worry. It could hurt or kill somebody in our home.
Laura Lee had reached her breaking point and knew she needed outside help.
All we needed was somebody that could help us remove this from our home.
Come in.
The psychic medium said, I can hear drums. That is my sign for something extremely old, extremely ancient. He did describe to me what he was able to see.
See a man leaning against a tree.
And what he was able to see was identical to what I had witnessed in that dream. As that happened, the wind picked up. You could hear it howling outside. My heart rate was up to about 160 beats a minute. I was terrified, but to tell you the truth, if somebody else can see this and I haven't told them about this dream, I'm not crazy. This is real.
Leave this place! Leave these people alone!
He then almost passed out and he had tears just streaming down his eyes. All he said was it was demonic. He confirmed it. He had asked for it to be crossed over into the light.
Go, demons! Leave this house! Demons, be gone! Cross away!
He was told by his guides and angels that wasn't possible. There was something powerful in our house.
Be gone!
I really believe it just irritated and aggravated it.
The psychic intervention had been unsuccessful, leaving Laura Lee and Dell in a dangerous situation.
After the psychic had been to our house, it made the activity much, much worse. The next night, I was sitting right by the laundry, and I was having a smoke. Dell could see me in the bedroom on the security camera.
I set up cameras because there was a lot of break-ins around the area. Laura was in the laundry room. She was sitting down, and all of a sudden she gets up.
And he said it looked like I was like a marionette. My arms were just moving. I don't remember this. He said I stood up and I was talking to something and laughing. I don't remember it.
She was pointing and talking to somebody in the corner. The movement on the camera as I was watching TV, I was like, what's going on over here? And she was sort of half asleep, half not asleep. I went in there and said, who are you talking to?
Babe. Babe. Get away from me!
I felt really angry, and I don't normally feel that angry. And I said, don't talk to me that way. And all he said was, Laura, get out of here. We'll talk about it when you're out of this room.
Don't touch me!
And all of a sudden, now she's irate, right? Because I disturbed her, and she started getting all pissy.
Get away from me!
I basically pushed her out of the room. Whatever was happening there, I can't explain it.
As soon as I left the room, the anger started to dissipate. I remember thinking, my goodness, I'm not normally like this. I don't feel angry like this.
Once I removed her from that zone, things started to normalize with her.
It was the energy in the room, just the negativity around me that made me feel that way.
Demons can definitely control a person's actions and body. They're a very strong, powerful energy. We are made up of energy. We're not that hard to manipulate.
We got into bed. Del fell asleep. I laid awake there and was thinking about this whole incident. Why did I not remember this? Nothing like that had ever happened before. Once Del was asleep, it'd probably been about 45 minutes, and I was still laying there awake, thinking about all of this. It was almost like he was seizuring. He started just like violently shaking.
Del? 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 Honey? Del, wake up!
I remember grabbing him and pulling him up and shaking him, saying, Del, 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 wake up.
Wake up.
Del, Del, wake up, wake up. And that's when he started choking.
Del! Jesus, Del!
I thought he was gonna die.
Laura Lee Potvin and her partner Del were being terrorized by a demonic entity in their home.
Del?
And the terrifying haunting had now become a matter of life and death.
He started choking.
Del! Del!
It was like this black stuff, almost like a thicker mucus. He was choking on it. I've never seen anything like it.
Del! Del! Del!
I thought he was gonna die.
I was bent over the side of the bed, puking. Just this stuff coming out of my mouth. I felt like somebody was like crushed me.
I was terrified because I'm thinking, what the hell is going on here?
When a person is choking up black mucus during a demonic attack, that usually means there's a possession trying to take place. The demonic entity is trying to get in.
I really do think he would have died. I mean, he started this violent shaking.
Del!
And then as I was trying to wake him up, he starts choking almost to death. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't get any air in. Had that happened and there'd been nobody there to help him, would he have been awake enough? Would he have been able to get out of bed and find me? I don't know. It was the most terrifying night ever. After that, and I don't want to cry about this, but it's because it sounds crazy, but I could have lost him. I keep asking why. Like, what did we do to bring something like this to us, not bad people? I mean, this has affected every aspect of our life. And it's still not ending.
After the near-death experience, Laura Lee and Del had to take desperate measures.
Since this happened, one of us, either Del or I, has stayed awake to watch over.
Somebody is always aware and is awake because you don't know what's going to happen when you're asleep, right? Living like this, wondering about what could happen next is stressful, but that's the way it has to happen.
My biggest fear is one of us dying. That's my biggest fear.
Look, I need you here.
After countless attempts to get help from paranormal experts, Lauralee and Del were left on their own to deal with the demonic entity.
Every time we try to contact and they're all gung-ho for it, they seem to run for the hills.
I told them they need to be here now.
We believe in a higher power. We hold the hope always that we're going to find somebody that will be able to help us. There has to be help out there.
Demonic hauntings are traumatic events. When they occur, the terror is unimaginable. And the danger of being seriously hurt becomes all too real.
Paranormal Survivor Season 4, Web of Darkness, interview with Alicia Babcock, take 1.
I was kind of in awe of the old architecture within the house. It was beautiful, and I saw the potential of the house. My first impression of the house was I felt comfortable. I really didn't have any eerie feelings.
While Alicia saw the beauty of the home, her son Carter did not feel the same way.
I started to feel strange almost immediately after moving in. It just had a weird feeling to it. Almost sinister.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
But soon, Carter wasn't the only one getting a strange, eerie feeling.
I probably started noticing something was amiss in the house. Probably within the first week or two. There was a hallway right outside my bedroom door. I would hear walking in the halls.
Alicia Babcock and her son Carter had moved into what they thought was the perfect home. But they were soon being haunted by an eerie and unseen presence. Alicia would hear footsteps and strange whispering coming from the hall.
I just kept hearing that throughout the night. You're thinking it's Carter. So, you'd get up and look in and he's asleep.
There was also the sound of objects being dragged across the ground, and of doors opening and closing.
The attic door at nighttime would open. It would just kind of pop open. You could just hear the latch pop. When I would go upstairs, even though you would hear footsteps dragging or boxes moving, nothing would be out of place.
But Alicia couldn't escape the feeling that something was wrong.
I knew that there were things going on that I couldn't explain. Right outside of my bedroom, the door would swing open, and then you'd hear it creak. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It was a hardwood, heavy door.
There's definitely a lot of energy going through the house.
I had assumed it was a spirit of some kind. Something about it just made me think that it was more negative.
The strange activity soon escalated into something far more disturbing.
Carter had some pretty intense experiences in his bedroom.
Objects in Carter's room began to inexplicably move by themselves.
It was almost like someone was playing with the exercise ball. It would roll a few feet sometimes it'd go all the way across the room. Then I'd wake up and it'd be in a whole new place.
But that wasn't the only disturbing activity taking place.
Carter would hear things in his closet. He was hearing noises in the middle of the night. He was feeling a presence. He would hear his clothes hangers, you know, going back and forth on the rail.
It was like a sinister, demonic feeling.
And then, things became truly frightening.
My bedroom and Carter's bedroom butted up to the same wall. I also was laying in my bed and heard some stuff in my closet. There was this shadow, and it went from floor to ceiling. It was dark, like darker than the room. It was one fluid movement. I mean, just almost like a gust of wind, like a whoosh right out. I mean, just right from my closet straight out into the hallway. The mirror at the end of my bed exploded. And all the glass hit the dresser on the other side of the room. You know, that was the moment that I went, oh, okay. I knew that there was something there. Didn't know what it wanted, but there was something there.
Demons and other spirits use mirrors as an entranceway into somebody's home because mirrors are traditionally thought to be entrances to another universe or another dimension. An entity, a demon, a spirit can then enter into a mirror and then come out at will wherever it wants to.
The paranormal activity would soon turn darker, more malevolent.
I was by myself one evening and I was just watching TV. I was laying on the couch and I started feeling kind of heavy. My chest was heavy. It got harder and harder to breathe. It almost felt like a blanket from head to toe was laying on top of me. And it just kept getting heavier, a little heavier, to a point where you start to panic. I was afraid for my life.
Alicia Babcock's life was being made a living hell by an evil spirit. But soon, the sinister activity took a shocking and dangerous turn.
It got harder and harder to breathe. I could feel pressure. When I wasn't able to get up, it was unnerving. It was scary. And then it just literally felt like it just disappeared. I had a weight on me, and then as quick as it came, it was gone. I do believe that it was something paranormal. I think the message was, I am here, and letting me know that it can physically interact if it wants to.
The evil spirit in the house had made itself known and was eager to show its violent intent.
The first time I was scratched, I thought I did it in my sleep.
It was 3 perfect scratches on his back, just 3 marks that went straight down about this long and bright red.
The number 3 often depicts the sign of the Trinity or the mocking of the Trinity. So when an entity scratches or is trying to mock someone, they will usually put 3 marks, 3 scratches, 3 bites onto the person.
It's incredibly significant because it means that it's mocking faith. It's mocking of the Trinity, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
To live there, it felt like you were constantly being harassed. It was almost like getting bullied at school, but you didn't know by what. I think it was trying to show dominance because he or it lived there before and it saw us as a threat. I felt like it wanted something from me or wanted me.
I really did worry. Where is this going to go? And how far out of hand could this possibly get?
Fearing for their safety, Alicia reached out to paranormal investigator John Hines and psychic medium Deanna Reynolds.
Right away, I had a feeling that what we were dealing with was definitely something negative, possibly something even demonic.
Deanna immediately picked up that there was something negative.
Hey, oh, hey. You okay?
And she told us she was feeling sick to her stomach and was very nervous about the investigation.
Hey, you okay?
The energy in this house.
We immediately felt this feeling like something just isn't quite right. Something just doesn't really want us to go up those steps.
John and Deanna pushed on and moved up to one of the most active spots in the home, Carter's room.
We asked Carter if he would mind joining us up for an EVP session. When you walked in, you immediately felt like you were walking into a room filled with oatmeal or something. You just really felt heavy.
When a demonic presence is within a home environment, often there is an oppression or a heaviness in that environment. That heaviness is something that they want you to feel because they want to get under your skin. They want you to know that they're there, and they really want to possess you.
Not even like 30 seconds later, we actually started getting a lot of activity.
There's a bad energy in this room.
That started us on the path of trying to question and draw out some answers as to what might be there.
Who are you?
Questions like, what's your attachment to this room?
And then we started getting PX audio. PX audio, it's a device that is able to pick up on a number of different things in the environment. It picks up EMF, it picks up magnetic fields. It has a built-in vocabulary.
The team started to get voices on the recorder, and the sensor picked up activity aimed at Carter.
I got like a really cold chill.
And at that moment, we heard the name Hector. It took me a moment to make sure that I actually heard that right. When I realized we really did hear Hector, I was concerned. Hector is a Greek name. It literally means to hold or to possess. Hector is actually a minion of a much more dangerous and probably darker entity, an actual demon called Horon. He is oppressing Carter with the idea of moving beyond oppressing him to possessing him. And within seconds, he said, "Suffer." Suffer.
Alicia Babcock's son, Carter, was in danger of being possessed by an evil spirit. Terrified, Alicia called in paranormal experts to help rid her home of the demon.
He said, suffer.
Suffer.
Hector, he wanted to make himself known. He wanted to be there. He wanted to intimidate.
Suffer.
He says, suffer.
And then he said, yourself. Hector definitely made Deanna and I feel like there was some danger there, not only to the family, but even to us. This thing had already demonstrated that it could do things in the physical world. I mean, it can move things, scratching and injuring Carter. This thing, if it is a demonic entity, and at this point we were believing it was, it could do a lot worse.
Go, let's go.
Not wanting to provoke the demon further, John decided to end the investigation.
When we talked to Alicia about what we found, we did tell her that we felt there was danger here, especially with Carter. And we talked to them about having the house cleansed. I was concerned because this was probably going to escalate badly unless something was done.
We cleansed and, we saged the entire house. And we just made sure that, we had good feelings, positive feelings, that we were telling whatever was there that it wasn't welcome and it could not stay.
This is not your home. You are not welcome here.
John had told us that mirrors can be portals from wherever the spirits are to where we are. The portal test is you put your finger up against the mirror, and if there's a space between your finger and your finger's reflection, it's a portal. The full-length mirror that I had replaced, the one that exploded, was actually a portal. So we decided, rather than try to seal it, we were just gonna get rid of it.
Despite the cleansing, Alicia was still concerned for their safety and decided it was time to move out of the house.
I think what I would do differently would be to get help sooner.
The experience definitely made me realize there is some kind of paranormal activity out there.
The most terrifying thing with this experience was the fact that it could be physical. This kind of opened my eyes to the fact that not everything necessarily has good intentions.
I was scared to death.
It wasn't a person.
You are about to see real people
I knew this had to be a ghost.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time. When spirits are provoked,
Something evil that we called.
They're not gonna stop at anything. He was coming for my soul.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor Season 4, Branded by Evil. Interview with Ryan, take 1.
This was the first time I ever lived by myself without a roommate or partner. It just seemed like the right place to move into. Everything just seemed to fall into place at the time. It was nice, comfortable. The first time I noticed anything, I felt anything, I was gonna take a shower, and as I crossed in between the doorways, I felt this cold draft just come right through me. It was like a 10-degree deficit drop. I couldn't feel any draft coming through, nothing. But I thought, something's not right here. Proceed to take a shower. And the water starts spiking. It goes from scalding hot to ice cold. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The strangest part I felt was when the water was fluctuating, I could feel a presence outside of the shower. It just felt like there was someone watching me.
Frightened by a possible presence in his home, Ryan took the matter into his own hands and bought professional equipment to investigate the paranormal activity for himself.
I knew that there was something there. So I got a EVP recorder that picks up ultra-low frequency sounds, voices that the human ear sometimes cannot pick up. I used an app on my phone. I sat there asking questions. I said, "Can you show yourself to me?" Didn't get nothing.
Ryan, who was an amateur ghost hunter, decided to press on with the questioning.
So I figured, well, the only way I'm really gonna be able to get anything is if I provoke it. Because I don't think you're strong enough. I don't think you have enough power. I think you're too weak. There's a cart in the kitchen that's got cooking pans in there. And all of a sudden I hear the sound. It was as if someone picked up that cart and slammed it on the floor. I freaked out. I think my heart stopped for about 2 seconds. I said, "Okay, I believe you. I know there's something here." Half of me was scared as hell, and the other half was reassured because I got some communication going now.
Provoking a spirit is never a good idea. You don't know if you're dealing with a good spirit or a bad spirit. So if you start provoking things you can't see, chances are they're going to get very aggressive and it can backfire on you.
Not willing to leave it alone, Ryan kept pushing the spirit for information.
Who are you? I would ask for a name. What are you doing here? How did you pass away? Dead, hang, and rope appeared. It made me feel a sense of sadness, a little bit of grief. I felt bad, but I was still determined to find out what was going on because I felt there was other spirits there too.
But by investigating the paranormal activity for himself, Ryan had inadvertently opened a door into an evil spirit world.
had a dream of this demonic girl. And she bites into the side of my leg. It felt like a burning sensation, like being jabbed with a soldering iron. I woke up and I could see actual bite mark that broke the skin and blood on my leg. Most people would have packed their bags and left. But I still had that same mindset that they're not gonna push me around.
What do you want from me?
I said, why did you do this to me? Yeah, I picked up a female voice.
To infect you.
And the voice says, to infect you.
To infect you.
When I heard that through the EVP recorder, I realized they're relentless. They're not gonna stop at anything.
The evil entity was not done with its violent ways.
I get out of the shower and then felt a burning sensation on my shoulder. And I've got these like 4 scratch marks. It was from the backside of my shoulder here and down. You can't control being harmed, being scratched, touched, pushed by the paranormal. The strength that these entities have is beyond human strength. It was starting to take its toll.
The evil spirit in the house was not done tormenting Ryan.
I felt like there was a presence hovering over me. It had the shape of like a human, sort of, but it was all black. And then the head looked like it was, had like a horn. Next thing you know, it starts pulling me. I grabbed the side of the bed.
Let me go!
And I'm holding on to it as hard as I can. And it just keeps pulling me back.
No! In the name of Jesus, make this stop!
I said, Jesus, please make this stop. And then I opened my eyes and it was gone.
But it wasn't enough to banish the demonic entity.
Hello.
It was as if someone was standing right next to me and in a very creepy voice says, hello. It whispers in my ear. It was a male voice. Set up my camera. If there was anything there, it's gonna pick it up. And I said,
Show yourself!
Show yourself. Don't hide from me.
I'm not hiding.
And I hear this whisper. It says, I'm not hiding. I'm right here.
I'm right here.
Through the camera, I see the demonic face. It had like yellow eyes, a reddish face, and a horn that looked like the horn of a ram, kind of curled and very big. When I saw that face, I was horrified. I was scared to death.
After provoking the spirit world, Ryan Mackey was being terrorized by evil entities. And after being repeatedly attacked, a demon was out to harm Ryan even further.
When I saw that face, I was horrified. Something that no one should experience. Something grabbed me. I never felt a force to come over me like this before. It turned my body and pulled me backwards into the shower. I was scared to death. There was a force that came over me that just, I couldn't control.
No!
His strength was, I weighed 200 pounds. It felt like something 600-700 pounds was just yanking me.
No! No!
I was like useless, you know. And I get this like burning sensation on my bicep. I look down at my arm and here's this burn mark of 2 hoof prints right in the middle of my arm.
A mark or a brand on a person shaped like a hoof usually signifies a satanic or demonic influence. They should be very worried. They're normally a target when this happens.
A demon feeds off the living. Therefore, it keeps you fearful, and it takes your energy and it keeps absorbing it, and it gets stronger and stronger and stronger.
I realized that devil's coming to play for keeps, and he's got a mastermind of strategies to come and get you. He was coming for my soul.
Ryan knew he needed help.
The next day, I went to church. The Archdiocese suggested that I go to 10 masses and receive the body and blood of Jesus, go to confession, pray the rosary.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
The holy water I would douse throughout my apartment in hope of getting whatever's here cleansed out.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
And then at nighttime, I would pray the rosary.
Blessed art thou among women, blessed art the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Within days, Ryan experienced a remarkable transformation.
2 balls of light come over me, 2 circles. And they're getting brighter and brighter and brighter. They're about 12 inches above my body. And it felt this energy go right through me, through my whole body. And it was probably the most amazing feeling I ever felt. It was there to let me know that everything's gonna be okay. It was an unconditional love that went right through me. I believe that Jesus paid me a visit. And I felt like a newborn person. After that moment, it felt like the place was cleansed. It was like a brand new home. Didn't have to worry about anything, any unexplained noises or voices or seeing anything. No more walking on eggshells.
Evil spirits sometimes lie in wait, lurking for a chance to appear. And if accidentally provoked, they can unleash pure terror.
Lisa's Cursed Farmhouse, story 23, take 1.
I was about 8 years old when we moved into the farmhouse. I was excited about it until we started going to school. People would say, oh, you live in that haunted house, you live in that scary house. I would notice stuff was just never where you put it.
Can't find my hammer. Any ideas?
Whether it was a hammer or a screwdriver, shovel, pitchfork, just anything.
Gonna play with my tools again?
So it was always who touched them and who did what with them. We would always say, not me, not me.
Are you sure?
My dad would say, well, who did it then? And we started saying, well, Emily did it. And I don't know where that name came from. It was just, well, Emily did it.
The strange activity could not be explained, and soon Emily became more than just a name.
One time, my friend and I saw a little girl in the upstairs window. The little girl had dark hair, and she had a white dress on. And that made me feel like Emily was really there. I don't think that she was threatening. I think if anything, she was sad and playful, that she wanted to play more. Everything that happened was odd and strange. It was not menacing or evil or anything like that.
But by uttering Emily's name out loud, Lisa had inadvertently provoked the spirit.
The basement is the one place in the house that I didn't really like to hang out for long periods of time. Sometimes you would feel like out of the corner of your eye, you might see something moving and you look and it would be nothing.
There was a reason for the creepy feeling.
And my dad had said that he had heard that there was someone that hung themselves in the basement.
And the basement held more terrors in store.
Our dog, Buffy, had puppies, and it was colder. So we brought Buffy and her puppies, put her in the basement so they wouldn't be out in the cold. One of Buffy's puppies ended up in the sump pump and drowned.
Mom!
The sump pump actually had a room around it, a little door that we usually always kept closed. So it was just really bizarre that the puppy ended up in the sump pump basin and drowned. It's almost like who did it? It wouldn't be something that it would seem that Emily would do.
That wasn't the only troubling and unexplained animal death.
And then it just got creepier and creepier the more animals that we got. One of the horses that was being boarded, it was Tony the pony, a black and white pony. I went out to feed them in the morning before school.
Lisa Norris and her family were experiencing strange activity at their farm after accidentally provoking a spirit by calling its name. And it had only escalated, resulting in the terrifying deaths of their beloved pets.
One of the horses that was being boarded, it was Tony the pony, a black and white pony. I went out to feed them in the morning before school. And Tony the pony was on the ground and I couldn't get him to get up. And, I went screaming and he was dead. It was really frightening for me because how did he die? We don't know.
When animals start to die, farm animals, pets, any animals on the property, usually that can be a sign of demonic entity.
The strange deaths were disturbing enough, but then Lisa's mother was affected as well, hearing voices calling out her name.
She kept on hearing, Judy, Judy. My mom thought it was my dad upstairs.
Charles!
And when she got upstairs, no one was up there. I think that she kind of thought that my dad was playing a trick on her or something, but then it would happen when he wasn't even at home. And I think over time it just kind of weared on her, like she didn't want to have to deal with this anymore.
Afraid of what might happen if they stayed in the home, the family decided to move out, though not everyone was happy about the decision.
My dad, I don't think, really wanted to leave the farm. He wanted to probably stay there, but, you know, with my mom and how she was feeling, he wanted to make her feel more comfortable.
After moving out, the family's paranormal troubles stopped. Lisa didn't return to the old farmhouse for 30 years. But when her father passed away, she was overwhelmed by a strange desire to go back.
I contacted the city and found out that it had been vacant for a while. It was going up for tax auction, and so I registered for the tax auction and bought it.
Almost as soon as Lisa moved back in, the strange, old feelings returned.
I would feel the coldness. Sometimes I would feel like I saw things moving out of the corner of my eye. I didn't like to be by myself there. The basement did not feel good at all when I went back. It felt the same way. It felt claustrophobic. I'm not really sure what was scaring me so much, or if it was just like in my head. You know, the idea of being there by myself, and because it is kind of isolated, that if I screamed, no one would hear me. That made me feel scared.
Frightened, Lisa contacted paranormal investigator Todd Bonner and his team.
Hey, Lisa.
When Lisa reached out to me, I knew about the house because I grew up in the area. And so growing up as a kid, the house looked creepy. And so we always thought it was haunted. Our psychic, Annie, she immediately picked up Emily.
I see a little girl. She's wearing a white dress. Her name is Emily.
I never told Todd and Annie Emily's name, but they were able to tell me that she said her name was Emily.
I think she's in the basement.
Sometimes we've noticed that a malevolent spirit will take the form of a child or someone that could gain your trust and then kind of wreak havoc. It kind of concerned me that it might not be a little girl at all.
The team headed to the basement.
The feeling I got in the basement of the farm was almost like you're on a ship that's rocking. And I started getting anxiety. You know, all of us felt like a heaviness, a tension. I can feel my heart racing. And usually when we feel that way, or I feel that way, it's usually something negative. When you have a playful spirit, you don't feel that heaviness. It almost feels like it's hard to breathe. And then we start hearing things getting thrown in the kitchen, because the basements are out of the kitchen. You can hear things getting thrown. And then 1 second later, the smell started like a dead animal or something. It was just, it overwhelmed me. It was like a pungent smell of death. Annie was able to pick up that there was a suicide in the basement. It was a male, 30 years old, that had lived in the house. And that's when we heard a laugh, a male, it was a sinister laugh, like chuckle when she said there was suicide in the basement. We kind of realized we're probably not dealing with something that's pleasant to laugh at something like that.
Who are you? What do you want?
We asked, what's your name? How long have you been here? What's your purpose here? Can you tell us if you're sad, angry, or happy? Started to focus on me. It would say, Todd, we want you to stay. It didn't want me to leave.
What do you want with Todd?
And he said, Todd is not staying. Leave Todd alone. And then I got aggressive, started using profanity, called Annie names, calling Annie evil. It was loud. It definitely knew what it wanted. And it wasn't afraid to say what it wanted. Didn't care what it said. And then Annie said she felt Emily. And you could see a figure. It looked like a little girl.
After 30 years away, Lisa Norris had moved back to her childhood farmhouse. With the home still haunted, Lisa had called in outside help, but it only resulted in further provoking a horrifying entity.
I could feel it like on me, almost. Like it was, like my neck and back started hurting. Sickness I felt. I mean, I actually felt like throwing up. And then 1 second later, it was gone.
Come on, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
What Todd told me is that he just couldn't take it anymore, that he just felt they should abort what they were doing because he did not want it to escalate any further.
After such a terrifying encounter, the paranormal team would normally have conducted a cleanse. But Annie had picked up on one spirit that she knew Lisa would not want removed from the house.
Annie did also describe a man that was kind of gruff and sarcastic.
Does the name Chuck or Charles mean anything to you?
That's my dad. I don't want you to worry. He's watching over you.
Lisa seemed more at ease, maybe thinking her father's there watching.
Todd and Annie said that because my dad had enjoyed living there and being with his family at that property, that's where his spirit would go to. That explained the reason why I was very drawn to go back to the house because of my dad. After Todd and Annie left, I felt more at peace. When I enter my house now, I don't have any kind of fear or anything like that, because even if there was an evil presence there, my dad is probably keeping it in check.
Spirits can be provoked in many ways. Sometimes it's through the use of a spirit board, which can lead to horrifying consequences.
Deadly Dreams. Interview with Marina Duarte. Take 1. Marking.
I was about 13, and we moved into an apartment in the big city in Sao Paulo. I was happy to be moving into the city. I was close to starting high school, so it was all perfect.
But that perfect feeling would not last long.
My mother, she thought it would be funny. Oh, why don't we play with the spirit board? My sister, went along with it. She's like, yeah, that'd be cool. Let's go along with it. Let's do it. And I was not in favor of it. I was kind of hesitant.
It's just get your sister. It's really fun. Get her.
Then, kind of got pressured into it, and we played with it. Yeah. I just felt that I was always a little bit more sensitive than other people. Sometimes I could feel things that other people wouldn't feel. I thought playing that spirit board would not be a good thing. Something good would not come out of it.
Is there someone here? Oh my gosh, it's moving. This is so much fun.
As we started to play with the board, the little block that they were using to point to the letters started to move on its own. I started to feel very scared. I started to feel very uneasy. I just felt like something bad was in the room with us, something very negative. I heard a growl. My sister and my mother did not hear it. It was just me. I was very angry, like a dog that wants to attack. It was right beside me, right next to me, right close to my face. I felt completely terrified.
Marina Duarte and her family had used a spirit board, inadvertently provoking a threatening entity. And that eerie spirit was making its presence known.
I heard a growl. I was very angry, like a dog that wants to attack. It was right beside me, right next to me, right close to my face. I felt completely terrified.
What's going on? Why are you screaming? What happened?
I started to cry immediately, like panicking.
There's nothing there.
I guess at that point, my mother realized that it was a mistake. They shouldn't have played that game. She threw it out. When I look back at this experience, I interpret what I heard that day as something bad, something evil that we called. We had fooled around with something we shouldn't have.
It can be dangerous to play with a spirit board because often rogue spirits that are wandering around looking for ways to come in and influence you, will use a spirit board to communicate with you.
Marina's experience with the spirit board had left her constantly feeling anxious and afraid.
I started to feel in the apartment as if I was never alone, as if something was always there with me, watching me. And I kind of tried to ignore it. So as I'm going to bed, lying down, all of a sudden, I start to feel very scared. And And it's this feeling that I can't explain. You just can't move, you can't talk. It's just you're frozen. I started to hear very, very, as if it's far away, a woman crying. And as I'm listening, the noise gets closer and closer to the point where it was as if this woman was standing right beside me, right next to me, and crying right into my ear. And I couldn't move, I couldn't talk, and I just froze. I couldn't even open my eyes because I was scared of opening my eyes and actually seeing something. I was terrified. And then all of a sudden, I just had the courage to yell for my mom.
Mom! Mom! Mom!
And at that point, my mom came running.
Marina, it's
I was crying. I was quite hysterical. And I told her what happened.
It's just a nightmare.
Once she calmed me down, she walked me into her room because I didn't want to stay in my room. So from that point on, my mother got me a little bed and I was sleeping in her room at the foot of her bed.
The strange feeling in the apartment soon escalated into something far more sinister.
My family, since generations, grew up being very Catholic. We have a cross in every room of our house, so I grew up with a very, very religious family. I used to keep a lot of religious statues, Jesus, Mary, saints. One morning, I went into my room to change for school. And I look up where my statues were, and almost all of my statues, the heads were broken off.
An evil spirit might break or hide religious artifacts in a home that they're haunting because they want you to know that they're mocking your faith. They're trying to get under your skin.
Marina! Marina, what's happening?
I called my mom and dad right away. They came into my room and they couldn't believe it. They were in shock. Whatever it was, I believe, was trying to send us a message that they didn't want us there or they were trying to hurt us.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
I felt like maybe there was something even demonic in the house.
Marina would not be the only one in the family to experience the frightening paranormal activity.
My sister moved into the apartment to live with us with her son. He was about 6 months at the time. One night, my sister and I were up late watching TV. My parents were sleeping, and my nephew Louis was sleeping in his little bassinet in my sister's room. All of a sudden, we heard somebody singing. The singing that my sister and I heard was a woman, and it was the same voice of the woman crying that I heard. And it seemed like it was coming from my nephew's room. So as we walked closer to the room, we could almost hear as if somebody was rocking the bassinet and singing. The singing escalated when we approached the room. As soon as we went into the room, the singing stopped.
Is the baby okay? Yeah. Okay.
My sister, Lily, was quite terrified because whatever it was now interacting with her son. I believe this all could be possibly related to playing with that spirit board, because after we played with that, I always had a bit of an uneasy feeling.
The terrifying incident was chilling, but soon things would get even worse.
Mom?
When I get home from school, I heard my mom calling my name from the bedroom.
Mom?
Marina. As if she's happy to see me. And I ran to the room.
Hey, Mom.
I just thought it was strange when I got to the room and she wasn't there. Mom? When I heard that voice, I felt very scared, terrified, because I couldn't explain what it was. When I look on the fridge, on the door, there's a note from my mom saying that she went to the doctor's with my dad. All of a sudden, the phone rings. Hello? I pick up the phone, all I hear is static, like electricity. Thought maybe the phone's not working well, and I hang up. When I realized I was completely alone, I felt very scared. Very scared, which at that point I just thought, you know what? I'm not gonna think too much about it. I'm just gonna grab my dinner, warm it up, and go to the TV room, close the door, put the TV really loud, and hopefully my parents will come home soon. All of a sudden, something started to kick the door, as if it's trying to break it down really hard. This is physically trying to break down a door. So if it can do that to the door, what could it do to me? The door just all of a sudden opened, and at that point, I ran into my mom's room.
After playing with a spirit board, Marina Dwarji had unleashed an evil being. And now the spirit was angry and determined to inflict terror.
This is physically trying to break down a door. So if it can do that to the door, what could it do to me? The door just all of a sudden opened, and at that point, I ran into my mom's room. And I grabbed the rosary that was by her night table, and I just started to pray really loud.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
But the praying did little to dissuade the evil spirit.
Our Father who art...
Once I started to pray, the activity got really violent. It's almost like it got angry that it didn't want me to do that. It was almost as if there was a tornado inside the apartment. Like the doors were literally opening, closing, and the taps were opening and closing.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed by thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
I felt terrified. I don't think I've ever felt so scared in my life. To be in that situation, it's awful because you feel like you're being attacked by something that you can't see.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
When everything stopped, I felt a bit relieved, but still not safe.
After her frightening experience, Marina's parents took action.
The next day, we spoke to a priest. He was quite taken back. He was quite shocked. The priest decided to bless the apartment because he believed that this would accomplish a protection. I felt at peace. I felt like I was protected. But I also felt like my parents had finally come to the decision that I wanted, which was to move. I believe the spirit board played a role where it just opened up a door that shouldn't have been open. You shouldn't mess with those things. If I could give anyone advice on using spirit boards or thinking of using it, I'd say don't use it. Don't, because you're just opening a whole can of worms that you do not want to get into.